Hello everyone. I was finishing. Got my nose, blowing my nose because I'm still ill and dying. You know, I just thought about it. It's good that I'm ill and dying right now because if I was going to work in this condition, I would be miserable. But yes, this case. It's even in sepia tones because it's a flashback. I'm not gonna risk reading something that I can't control the speed of. Just saying, I haven't done it this entire time. Waste of time, really. Also, I love that Phoenix is just on the hospital and like you have like absolutely no point of reference as to why, because this is technically a flash forward to a point in the next case where he ends up in the hospital. Like, there's something inherently funny to me that this is a flashback that is also technically a flash forward from the next game. Like, it's in the middle of the next game, then the middle of the next case. It's just like, yeah, don't worry about it. Where is Phoenix in the hospital? Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Anyway, February 16. 9:24 a.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 4. I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm going to die. I never should have accepted this case. Good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia. I didn't do nothing. I swear I didn't kill nobody. Very flawless. Flawless? Flawless? Wait, is that supposed to be pronounced flawless? I wonder. I think I'll pronounce it like a little bit like flawless, like flawless. My first client, sentenced to death 5 years ago, and now a prison escapee. Just relax me and make small talk and try to relax him. So why did you escape anyway? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't kill nobody. I never lied. I didn't escape from nowhere. But Mr. Hollis, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago. Sorry, I told a little lie. Oh boy. But anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody. Sorry for asking, but you're on death row, right? I'm really sorry. They sentenced me to die 5 years ago, but I was tricked, I tell you. That woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear that he killed her. I could never do that. 2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believe that Terry Flawless did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman? Yeah, I did. She's the reason I escaped. So that one is true. He didn't meet with the victim. But I didn't kill her. She was alive when I left. She was alive. It's true. I can trust him, right? I mean, I should. Ha. You're not going to figure out the truth by just staring at the guy. Why are you here? I came to see how our little kitten was doing all along in the big scary lion's den. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. Where's Mr. Grossberg? That old man is probably still in bed with his hemorrhoids. Oh, you didn't need to mention those. I bet he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando, which might or might not be a reference to Maradona, which actually makes a lot of sense with, like, everything. Like, it makes sense. I didn't say... So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg Law Offices, is here for me. Nah, you got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine, an escaped dead row convict for a first client. Yeah, thanks. I sure wish I could get out of it, though. Relax, I just got some good news. The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well. Really? However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned a reputation as a genius since beginning his law career. Baby Edward is back. Genius. Well, it's about time to head in, kitten. Sharpen those claws of yours. It's go time. Thank you, boyfriend. A solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him, but not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple childlike voice, I just had the feeling that he was telling the truth. February 16 at 10 AM, District Court, Courtroom number 4. Hi, Mia's boobs. Court is now in session for the trial of Terry Flawless A. His Canadian judge. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. I understand the lawyers for both sides are newcomers. Who is it? God damn it, I can't do a Canadian accent. Yes, Your Honor, I'm Mia Fey. Miles Edward, Your Honor. Baby Edward, you look so silly with that outfit. It's like he was trying too hard to be Von Karma and it looks silly on him. So you're the new prosecutor everyone's talking about, eh? There it is, the Canadianness. They say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early... Wait a minute, now I just realized something. So, this judge and the other judge are brothers? Like, this is actually canon? But it's never... But I don't remember if it's stated, I think it's not. Whether they're actually blood siblings or they're brothers-in-law. Because the judge is married. So that would mean that if they're brothers-in-law, the judge is literally married to a Canadian, so he can't do the my Canadian girlfriend thing. I guess in this case it's Canadian wife, but he can in fact do that. He can actually say my girlfriend who's from Canada. And there is something funny about the judge being the one capable of making that specific kind of joke. At 20, Your Honor. I guess a little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation yet, huh? Come on, Mia, you can't lose not to someone younger than you. Yes, you can. He's just an asshole, which is the reason why you shouldn't lose against him. Like, the fact that he's younger, not a problem. The fact that he's a dick, kind of a problem. Young people running a trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon, is that correct? Precisely. But the defendant is not on trial for escaping prison. On the day that the defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered. So we're here to determine Mr. Fowler was responsible for her death. You got it, kitten. Well then, Mr. Edward, let's hear your opening statement. Yes, Your Honor, it was 5 years ago. The defendant, Terry Fowler, was sentenced to death in this very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old. A truly horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted. I can't pronounce words. Correct, but in the end what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony. A witness's testimony. Let me guess, a policewoman. Yeah. The testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted this criminal. She arrested Mr. Fowler at the scene and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Fowler throw his young victim into the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. Something Phoenix Wright, luckiest man in the world, considering the next case. So Miss Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away. That policewoman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be exactly the victim. The same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Ah, I see. Hoser. The man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago, with only one thing on his mind: to take revenge against the woman who convicted him. Aha! The truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty. Wait a minute, that's not right! At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome, Your Honor. Nah, but I wanna go eat my Tim Hortons. Well, no, Tim Hortons is but it's a coffee place. They probably have, like, donuts and sandwiches. I don't know, those things don't exist here. Watch yourself, Miss Faye. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or your tone of voice. Don't wink at me, you piece of shit. Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. Why, you're even younger than me, you hypocrite. Now then, Mr. Edward, please call your first witness. I'll call the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this case. Ah, it's young Gumshoe. Look at him, he's almost baby-shaped. Which is an extremely weird thing to say about Gumshoe now that I think about it. Why did I say that? Witness, state your name and occupation. Gumshoe, Dick Gumshoe. I'm the homicide detective in charge of this case, sir. I finally got promoted to the detective division half a year ago. I don't believe anyone asked you about that. Hey, Mom, you got any idea how much work it takes? What is it? You're really gorgeous. Excuse me? No, seriously, my heart is aching for you. Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional. Otherwise, I'll write you up on contempt so quickly that something other than your heart will ache. Okay, I got it. Now, detective, tell us about the incident. Yes, sir, right away. It kills me that Gumshoe hasn't, like, aged a day. Like, Mia visibly ages from, like, this sprite to the last, like the sprite from the first game, let's say. Like, her look from the first game. Before she got, extremely murdered. Gumshoe, outside of the clothes, literally same dude. Even Edward looks a little older from this price to his regular one. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Houghton, a veteran of the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss, as one does. That much is already stated in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself. Yes, sir, I gotcha. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge. And the river that runs under there is Eagle River. The victim and the defendant met there on the top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir. I see. Bridge located 40 feet above Eagle River. That's a lot of feet. Was the victim's blood found on the bridge? The victim, Sergeant Valerie Houghton, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge. Mr. Edward, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met there. Your Honor, if you would listen to the testimony we have prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. The two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day. Why, Mr. Edward, I'm not sure I like you wagging your finger at me as though I were some hoser. Detective, proceed with your testimony. Goddamn hosers. Yes, sir. Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now, listen carefully, kitten. One little mistake and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Trust me and get ready. Yeah, sure, you don't have to flirt with me while you do that, Diego, sweetie. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Houghton went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at a police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge. Naturally. God damn it, Edward. Why are you like this? For some reason, baby Edward is way more annoying than regular Edward. The annoyance of youth. You've heard of the beauty of youth, and now get ready for the annoyance of youth. Now, with the defense, please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination coming right up. Hey, settle down there, kitten. You keep trembling like that, you're gonna make me spill my coffee. I'm not trembling. It's just a call. It's just calling here. The current can be a cold battlefield, alright? Especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean, the defendant, the witness, everyone's a beginner in here. Ha! You got me there. But maybe you should keep your clothes out and show them what you got, kitten. Stop flirting with me. It's okay, Mia. Stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all last night watching. Wait. And you didn't sleep? Woman! That's irresponsible of you. This unknown person. You have no idea who it might be, right? Sorry, but I'm afraid I do. But the one who called Sergeant Houghton was the defendant, Terry Falls. What? The defendant? The defendant called her? Sergeant Houghton was a very thorough person, sir. He left a note about her phone call with Mr. Falls. A note. Yeah, top secret memo that she left in her desk. Damn. Ooh, confidential police materials. According to this note, it seems that the one who called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls. Whose bright idea was it to keep that note from me? Looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up, never ask a question if you don't already know the answer. Is that Detective Swole? He's the one who's that said unknown person. Hey, now don't make that face at me. I just said it that way because the prosecutor told me to. Was that a trap? With that cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky. God damn it, Edward. Oh, my nose. Wait. Wait, my nose is itchy. Oh. I hate being so ill. I hate dying from the illness. Okay, yeah, this is a press. Mr. Fuller had a car then. Well, that bridge is way up in the mountains, ma'am. Defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right? What? You mean the defendant drove his own car? No, of course not. It was stolen. Of course it was. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. That easy? Okay. Car thieves. I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves. Is this guy sure about how he feels about anything? Here's a photo of the stolen car's trunk. Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there. Whoa, that doesn't look too comfortable. She's dead. It's not like it matters anymore. The victim, she was stabbed in the back, correct? Yeah. Ha. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. We're talking about a woman here. You can't tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in her back nice and firm. The condition of the body when it was discovered is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car? It's a photo of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange, do you? Anyway. Okay, but... let me check this. Yeah, because I remember it had something to do with the note. That bridge, wear white scarf for identification, talk to Dahlia, tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Witness! What is it? Do you have something to say, Miss Faye? Eh? I'm sorry. I totally forgot what I was going to say. This is the first time I ever had to actually address someone like that. You should have practiced before coming to court. Honestly, Miss Faye, I'm not sure I like this. He doesn't like anything. Say there, little kitten. Want a piece of my coffee candy? Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Come on, Mia, shake it off, you're a lawyer. Detective! Yes, ma'am. This photo. You said that there was nothing peculiar about it. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I said. Well then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim. The note? It very clearly says, wear white scarf for identification. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like, thus this special request. I have one very simple question for you, detective. Where is the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo. Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, ma'am. And you stop there? You should have looked for it! Yeah. The caller told her to wear it to identify herself, so I'd expect she did just that. Well, Mr. Edward, what do you have to say about this? I see the defense is a little lacking. Get slapped. The scarf you're searching so desperately for, is it this one perchance? Ha! Where did you find that, sir? On Dusky Bridge. I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation. But also, it can't be that one because it's blue, it's not white. What did you tell me? I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know. Huh. That hotshot sure has a flair for the dramatic. It's not exactly white as the color requested, but as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for. It looks like it spent some time in the mud. Not surprising, it was releasing on the mountain that day. Prosecutor Edward, he was intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time. Yeah, get used to that shit. And the outdated autopsy reports. The court will accept the scarf into evidence. Now, if the attorney for the defense is finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on with the testimony. That is alright with you, isn't it, Miss Faye? Boy, would I like to wrap this scarf around his smarmy little leg. Very good. Now if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, the prosecution moves to establish conclusively and with hard evidence that Miss Houghton and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on that bridge that day. Further, we will show exactly what occurred there. That sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it. Everything is moving at his whim. Don't forget, Kitten, there's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. A genius, huh? More like a gay disaster. Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by that witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir. It was racing that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off. Looking at this photo, you really get the sense that this bridge is very high up. It's about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below. Mr. Edward, who took this photo anyway? Let's just say that it was a well-intentioned third party. Aha, potential witness. So why isn't this person in the courtroom? Well, they said they absolutely do not want to testify. The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Hi, Dahlia. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify. I'm not sure how I feel about that. You're not sure how you feel about a lot of things, Canadian judge. So as you can see, Terry Fowler had both the motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear at this point what happened on that bridge. Aha, the truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty. Not again! That's not fair! I haven't even done my cross-examination yet! What do you mean? What do you mean, What do you mean, Oh god, my nose. It's so itchy. I hate this. Let's see. Not this one. Yeah, this one. So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct? Yeah, and fog too. Just a generally soggy atmosphere. Ooh, I love soggy atmospheres. Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with the soggy atmosphere. But this is a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car trunk. Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime, something isn't right. But by all means, please enlighten us as to what isn't right. What is it about this photo of the trunk that doesn't fit with the conditions that day? Well, the code itself, really. Like, look at this shit, it's so dry. Naturally, the answer is right here. The victim's coat. As far as I can see, there is nothing strange about it. That's exactly what's strange. Recall the testimony. What were the conditions on the bridge that day? It was drizzling and foggy. Dusky bridge was all wet. If the victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud, or at least extremely wet. That's exactly right. The other day I fell on a muddy street and my gorgeous play of beard was befuddled. I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy. If your honor had fallen in the shower instead of on a muddy street, your glorious hockey beer, pride of the legal league, would be wet but not muddy. Edward, how do you know he plays in the legal league of hockey for judges? That apparently is a thing. There's a legal league for hockey playing judges who also happen to be Canadian. As if Canada is the only country that plays hockey for some god awful reason. Well, I guess it's the main country to play hockey. Well, them and Russia. I suppose some Scandinavian countries also. Fortunately, I have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken. Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? The surface of the bridge, huh? A real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like this. Neither would a real woman. Stop being so sexist. Of course I can. Here's the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy. Thank you for the free scarf. The evidence is this scarf. Ah. It should be obvious. If the scarf fell onto the bridge and got this muddy, it means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud. No, I can't be irritated by this novice bimbo. Hey, same to you, buddy. You're also a fucking bimbo for the record. Just a different kind of bimbo. Also, why is everybody so fucking sexist? Like, I noticed this on Payne's trial with Mia in the first case of this game. Like, everybody's so fucking sexist with this woman. I guess it makes sense. Like, this was written in the 2000s and it's happening in the 2000s. Like, there's a lot more space for this to come off extremely sexist, but it is incredible that it actually comes as sexist as it does. Miss Faye's assertion makes perfect sense to me. I do admit that there appears to be a contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? Alright. It's not like he's really giving me a choice here. You're doing pretty well for a little kitten. Mr. Armando, I'm gonna literally stab you in the back if you keep talking. No matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim it's either the victim discovering the trunk, the witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness's testimony that as soon as she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence, it's one of those three. Like you said just now, I'm not sure I like that. That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the coffee aficionado over here that said it. This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know? Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence as the flimsy scam that it really is. Yes. The false evidence in the case is the, well, the photo is a photo, so you can't argue about that, and the body in the trunk is clearly, you know, there. There's a photo of it. So it has to be the testimony. It is a no-brainer. Obviously, it's the witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the victim pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen? Yeah, that's what the witness told us. That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all. That is true. It's not just true, it's the truth. If there was a truly decisive witness in this case, I'm certain that boy Wonder over there would have called them in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all. A surprise witness, my favorite! You should brace yourselves for the brutal truth. What? Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding a witness from the court. We are prepared to present our witness at any time. Very well. Please bring forth your witness at this time. What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth? Excellent question. Wait, I need to blow my nose. Much better. It's gonna get filled with, like, snot in like 2 seconds, but it feels better. Now let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes. This is it, Mia. The battle begins here. Witness, what is your name and occupation? Hi, Dahlia. Everyone is so silent that I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter. Oh. When I look at you, how can I put it? You look as scrumptious as a double-double and a dozen donut holes. I feel like I want to hurry up and hand down a verdict just to have a bite. Not so fast! Also, this is a court! That's sexual harassment, you idiot! You're literally the judge! As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her. Edward completely unaffected by Dahlia Houghton because he is a gay. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edward. You are a true gentleman. Miss Faye, you could learn a lot from this man. If he's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like one to me. Sir? Yes, my dear? This is my first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause. No, it's no problem at all. Now then, may we have your name and occupation? My name is, Lisa Foster. I'm a college student, a freshman in the literature department. You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct? And you were the one who took this photo. Is that accurate? How can you be so mean? Now, see here. What are you doing shoving that in her face like that? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous. Next time I'll be forced to penalize you. Oh, I don't like the turn he has taken. Is she? Staring at me. Are you with me? Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Fey. I see. So you are... Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony? Alright, because we haven't even touched on the complicated familial relationship around here. I just had a moment. Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best. I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Then, I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. And right after that, I called the police. By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred? I believe the map would be of help here. I was standing right over here. I was standing in a beautiful field surrounded by tall cliffs. So you took the photo from that location, eh? I brought the camera I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edward asked me to. Oh, what a cute camera, just like its owner. Alright then, Miss Faye, time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel. God fucking damn it. What's with the judges being so horny? In court, no less. Uh-huh. Yeah, about that, where is it? Wait, no, this is the wrong one. It's the witness photo. There it is. Not exactly what I would call the crucial moment, if you ask me. Witness, when you said you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo are two people facing each other. You testify that you saw the two of them starting to fight. Normally that's the kind of thing we would refer to as a crucial moment. Why haven't you presented a photo like that? Well, you see... The photo we presented was the only one there was. But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it. No. My apologies, young lady, but Miss Faye's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit. He can certainly downplay the situation, can't he? I'm sorry. I'm a very bad girl. I used it all up. The film, I mean. You ran out of film? This photo was the last one. What? Unfortunately, that is the truth. I personally examined all of the photographs she took that day. All the other photos are of the witness herself, playing among the wildflowers. The witness herself? Then who took the photos? Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it. So you took the photos yourself? I remember taking some photos of myself once too. Please, no details. It seems that Miss Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all. Wait, just a minute. Well, if she had no film left, she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh? Miss Foster, perhaps then you could tell us about a different sort of photo. Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes. Mr. Edward, you're quite a poet. Very well then, let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed. Yes, Mr. Judge. Boy, this guy is really a sucker for sweet talk. It looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. Yeah, it's sickening. Uh-huh. That's the same. Yeah. Here. They just started fighting. The victim turned around and tried to run away, but she only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. Yeah, but that makes absolutely no sense because part of the bridge is broken in the picture of the map. Witness, your testimony is just... it's a joke. Huh? What? But I just... Miss Faye, I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry. Yeah, but I don't fucking care. One short testimony and two bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse. You say there were two contradictions? It's simple, just take a look at the diagram of the area. According to her testimony, the two of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, and the victim had turned around and tried to run, well then... She would have hit a dead end. You said 10 yards, but she couldn't have run even 5, because Dusky Bridge is collapsed on that side. Ah... What does all this mean? Fucking magnets, how do they work? It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it. This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court? Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion. What do you mean? There's one major mistake in this diagram. Motherfucker, you and your updated autopsy reports. What did you just say? What are you referring to? It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it. So you're saying... I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair, there's no evidence that can prove that the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous! You can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that it's impossible for them to be in the middle of the bridge, because you can see the suspension, like, pillars that they put at the end of each side in the photo itself. Like, the pillars from which the bridge is suspended from, like, you know, tied to. Those things are in the picture, so it's impossible, like, they're close enough for them to be in the picture, therefore they cannot be in the middle of the bridge. It seems unlikely. That guy's good. Huh? What do you mean? He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, alright? The diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy. What? That coward! Well, Miss Faye, it seems you once again made a reckless accusation. Motherfucker. I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself. No, it wasn't your fault at all. Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it was that the witness actually saw. Indeed. Alright, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony? But it's so hard to go on. We're all on your side, Miss Foster. There's no need to worry, just tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. I'm sorry, I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw. Witnessing such violence must have been difficult. Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up. If he accepts his testimony as it is, we're finished. Don't say that. Oh well, maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. They make a really great matcha latte. This trial isn't over yet. That's what I like to hear. That matcha latte's gonna have to wait, motherfucker. Alright, Miss Faye, your cross-examination, if you please, eh? The contradiction is staring you right in the face, Mia. Go on the attack. Yeah? Yeah, about this. Like, I'm pretty sure it's a map. Like, this is already... Like, from here, the only angle of picture that you can take is around this area, so it makes sense, but it seems like the angle of the picture is closer to either here or here. Like, by one of the like, from the area that says 5 yards, like the end of it, or just by the car. Like, the entire, like, this diagram is the entire, well, the diagram. It's not the diagram that is the problem. Like, her testimony with respect to the diagram is, like, the entire problem, really. Objection! A killer not wanting his victim to be found. I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. Yeah, like the river also. Well, what is it? Take a look at the map of the area and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. And also, like, there's a river, there's the forest around here. You could just leave the body and, like, at best they will find it like a couple of hours or days later. Like, there's a bunch of ways that you can dispose of a body in an area like this. Earlier, Mr. Edward pointed out something interesting about the river. Like, I'm still just hung up about the photograph, is the thing. Because I don't... Like, the angle is just weird to me. It doesn't look like you could... Well, unless it's the post that is located right here on this, like, cliff. That is what it's... Like, the photo is showing. But it's still... The angle feels weird to me. Anyway. Earlier, Mr. Edward pointed out something interesting about the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. Ah. In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur at that same spot above the Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body in the water. God damn it. I don't know why my brain refused to read that. Order! Order! Order, eh? Loser. I'm not sure I care for the way you put that, Miss Faye. But I must admit it does seem odd not to have thrown the body into the river. Well, Mr. Edward? How sad. Perhaps Miss Faye would do well to try taking a dip in the river herself. Edward, do you have to be like a chauvinistic asshole? I know he's young, you, and you're gonna become better with the years, but you're kind of a chauvinistic asshole right now. After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature. What are you talking about? My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw. Quite true. Miss Faye, it seems that your assertion is without merit after all. But, okay, but like, there is merit to it by the mere fact that it makes no sense. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, the logic is not logicking. But what the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous. Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. That's certainly consistent with what the witness has told us. Ugh. Please, witness, go on with your testimony. I'll try. All you have to do is tell us what you saw. Otherwise, that mean lady might yell at you again. Who is he talking about? Alright, I'll do my best. Uh-huh. The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Yeah, but here's the deal. Is it a crime? No, witness photo, I think. Because, like, how do you know that it's stolen? Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you've done it this time. Tee-hee-hee. 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 Done what? Made a crucial mistake. A crucial mistake like what, Miss Faye? The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes? Yes, and? It's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. Sorry, I had to blow my nose, I was dying. The place you claim to have taken the photo from that day is here. Do you see what I mean? Even if you try to see the car, this outcropping of rock is directly in the way. Ah. That's right, Miss Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car. I admit that the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car. Well, that's right. It is not high at all. I was able to see his car just fine. I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash. Yeah, because beyond, like, look girl, even if you had seen his car, how do you know that it's stolen? I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? It is the location that the photo was taken from. Yeah, no, it's that post that it shows on the photo. Okay, makes sense. I still don't like the angle, like something about it feels unnatural to me, but... Your own photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge, but the outcropping that is being referred to is really more like a cliff. Ah. Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff, but you still claim to have been able to see the killer's car. No! Also, the fact that you know that it's stolen. Like, how do you know that? Order in the court. What is the meaning of all this ballyhoo? Ballyhoo? Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in a stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. He must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it. But she was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only what she saw with her own eyes. Oh. Mr. Judge? What is it? I think I must have remembered things wrong. Hey, wait a minute, you can't just say that. This is a court of law. Also, that's perjury. Miss Faye, no one on the face of the planet is perfect. Yes, indeed. Quite true. You know what they say. To err is human, to forgive, divine. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here. What? That's not fair. Save the tears for later, kitten. Mr. Armando, what did I tell you about the sexual harassment? Don't look back until the trial is over. Now is the time to go forward. But that wasn't fair. Okay, kitten, you need to relax. Then you need to remember the other kitten's testimony. I remember it. The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. So tell me, how did she know that? How did she know that he broke into the trunk? Aha! Well, Miss Foster, you can explain how you knew that. You're going to have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Well, witness? Well, I'm certain that he broke into the trunk because there were marks left on the trunk lid. I'm certain there were scratch marks for when he broke into it. What? Let me see that photo. It's true, they certainly look like scratch marks around the keyhole. Okay, but that's impossible for her to know without seeing the car from up close. Which, again, fucks over her testimony. It's obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Faye, are you satisfied? The judge is on her side, I can't make any mistakes here. What she just said, is there a contradiction in there somewhere? Yeah, it doesn't work. Elisa Foster, it looks like you finally betrayed yourself. What? You said you were in a field taking photos of wildflowers, but even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is when. When did you get a chance to see those scratches? Finally! I finally got it. I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. Then perhaps it would be faster if Miss Faye explained herself. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness has seen the scratches was because she put the body in the trunk herself. There's only one way that the witness had the chance to see the scratches. Yes, what is it? Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it? That's ridiculous. I could never. It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one that... I don't think so, Miss Foster. Mr. Foles had been the one that put the corpse in the trunk. He would have simply used the car key. There was no need to break it open. After all, he stole the car. He probably stole the keys to the car. Ergo, he had the keys to actually open the goddamn trunk. But he stole the car. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light, which means that the key would have still been in the ignition. Oh, I see. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it could have been Mr. Foles who had put the body in the trunk. No! Preposterous! To even suggest that the witness put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? The corpse could only have been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. And we already know that at the time she was taking photographs. Okay, but she just said that the camera had a timer. So she's fucked. That's your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edward. There's no need to think too deeply about it. What I'm saying is the shutter for these may not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself. Let's take another look at this camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it, even a mini tripod. Why, it's almost as if she had brought this camera just to take this picture. What are you trying to say then, Miss Faye? That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed? Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Well, if she really did use the cameras at the timer, then the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly, she was not in the field. Will the defense please explain further? Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the incident occurred? In answering that question, we'll also make clear Miss Foster's true identity. Well then, please answer this question. Where was Melissa Foster when the incident on the bridge occurred? You know. Naturally, the witness was right here. But that's where the victim, Miss Horton, was standing. Yeah, I know. Order! 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 Miss Faye, what on earth? Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could only have been before the defendant met with the victim. How asinine! Of course Mr. Fowles met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to have put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Fowles. You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edward? By the time the witness's photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hawthorne. What? I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Then who exactly is the victim in this photo? It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness. What? Eh? Is the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Fowles met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Totally not me. Let's remember that it was rainy and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Fowles himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne. The defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted. But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in a federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore. You are just making this up as you go along. What's your proof? Right, right here. This piece of evidence will blow this case wide open. At the time of the incident, Mr. Fowles had forgotten what Valerie Hawthorne looked like. Yeah, that's why he has a scarf. Mr. Fowles had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification. Namely, this body scarf. It was Mr. Fowles who requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. Edward, you're fucked. In other words, as long as you were wearing a scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster? No. Oh. I wasn't expecting that. Where's Miss Foster? Wait. She's collecting herself in the lobby. It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up the camera to snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, when did she do it? Well, isn't it obvious? She's a real culprit. Ha. Well, we'll have to wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, this court is in recess. The defense and the prosecution are both to wait in their respective lobbies. Yes, Your Honor. Understood. Very well, this court is in recess. And not adjourned. Yet. Oh god, my nose. I need to blow my nose again. Okay, I think I'm done. February 16, 1:14 p.m. This record, defendant lobby number 4. Again. Boy, oh boy. Mr. Fullest, I'm sorry. I wanna say thanks, you're real good. You really hooked me up. I don't know if I would call what I did that, but sure. Thanks, we're almost there. Once I prove that she committed a crime. Yeah, but there's one more big obstacle we've got to get past. Obstacle? Yeah, motive. Why would Melissa Foster kill that policewoman anyway? Motive, huh? Yeah, that's our biggest issue at this point. Look at my nose. And continues to annoy. Anyway, we're still badly in need of information. Information, right. What we need the most is info about this Melissa Foster herself. All we know is that she's a student studying literature. And one more thing. What is it? Well, the incident that happened 5 years ago, of course. The kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy is on death row for. I didn't kill nobody, I never lied. Mr. Fullest, in that case, tell us more about it. About what happened 5 years ago. Okay, I trust you. That day, 5 years ago, I dream of it every day. This picture, it reminds me everything. Rich looks same, just like then, 5 years ago. Like it could fall apart any minute. So it's been broken like that for at least 5 years. Sorry, buddy, but you sound like the one that could fall apart at any minute. Diego, for the love of God. It's true, it did. I did kidnap her. 5 years ago, I kidnapped my girlfriend, Dahlia Horton. Your girlfriend? Huh. Hey, hold on there. Did you say Horton? The victim's last name. Dahlia Horton, Valerie's little sister. What? Are you serious? Ah, yes, back to the flashback of the flashback. The detective back then was Valerie Horton. At first I thought shooting someone for a kidnapping was crossing the line, but if it was to protect her little sister, I can understand why she did it. Wrong. No protect sister. Valerie betrayed me. Betrayed us. What do you mean she betrayed you? Everything. All lies. I'll make believe. Kidnapping too. A make-believe kidnapping? Dahlia, my girlfriend, my love, my teen angel. old are you? You're 25. This was 5 years ago, so you were 20 and she was 14. Look, it's not like I'm against it because it's a video game. I'm against it because you call her your teen angel, and that's really creepy. Like, if you're gonna be a creeper to an underage girl in your plotline, can you not be weird about it? Like, be normal about the girl that you're dating who is definitely underage. Just saying. Did he actually say my teenager? He's seen one too many soap operas. See, Mia gets it. It's just awkward. Like, it's not... The issue is not the age difference in this situation, because it's a video game. The issue is that you're being weird about it. I do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says. Anything Dahlia says. Hold on a minute. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by... Yep, me and Dahlia. And Valerie too. Okay. Valerie was in on it. Well, that explains why she betrayed his us. Dahlia's family rich. Jewelry business. We got one jewel. That's what we thought. Me and Dahlia wrote kidnap note we sent to her dad. Ask for $2 million diamond. Tell him make exchange on Dusky Bridge. We tell him Valerie make transfer cause she knew detective. Having a police detective in your pocket is a useful thing, alright? In the end, you were planning on splitting the 2 million 3 ways, huh? Yeah, but that woman... That woman, Valerie, she do it for real. For reals. She shoot at me for real, me and Dahlia. Boop. Did. I was shot in arm. Dahlia, she jumped in the river. Jump? You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you? I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyway, I blacked out. Wake up with police all over. And that's when they decided to give you the death sentence. I couldn't believe it. That woman, she betrayed me. That man, Terry Falls. He killed her. He threw her over the bridge. He threw my beloved sister into the roaring river 40 feet below. These 5 years, all I wonder is, why? Why did she lie? That's all I want to know. So that's why you call her. You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself. Yes, but I forget what she looked like. So I tell her to wear a scarf. I don't want to hurt her. Just ask why. Why? Why did you lie? Why did you betray me? I just want to hear answer come from her mouth. That's all. So that's why you made a crazy escape like that. Just one thing, Zebra Boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Falls, where is it? Huh? Where's what? Come on now, kitten. The ransom. The $2 million diamond. Remember that now? Did you give it back to Pops? Did the police take it? I don't know. Huh? You don't know? Not really. I don't know. It's gone with Dahlia. With Dahlia? That day, on the bridge, Dahlia put it in backpack. Boop. Now gone with Dahlia. Gone forever. Into Eagle River. Damn. Well, that's a waste of 2 million. You disappeared with Dahlia, huh? Wait a minute. You can come back now. You can come back in now. We're about ready to go. Be fast about it. We're gonna walk your balls. The judge told me I could do it. Mr. Fullers, just one more question. When you said with Dahlia, do you mean the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of Dahlia Horton. Never found her, my sweet Dahlia. I never found her. Swallowed by River. Gone. Dahlia, my teen angel. You don't have to call her that. Your teen angel. How old was she anyway? She was 14. 14? I guess you were robbing cradles before diamonds. She plans a fake kidnapping and disappears into the river with a rock worth 2 mil. Man, oh man, angels these days. Falls takes the fall and gets a one-way ticket to that row. Is Dahlia Horton an angel or is she really a... It's time, kitten. It looks like we have a few more aces up our sleeves now. You bet! The training wheels come off now, Mia. You got to strike while the iron is hot. That's one of my rules. Remember it. It's important because it's making it very obvious that I'm godded in the future. I am definitely godded, by the way. What? What does that mean? Don't worry about it, you're gonna be dead by the time that it matters. Oh, okay. Wait, what? February 16, 1:49 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Now then, let's continue with the trial of Mr. Terry Falls. Pause it. Witness, are you feeling better, eh? Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best. You're a brave young lady. Not this again. I can understand a defense lawyer wanting to get her client off the hook. However, to try to pin the crime on an innocent student is... What are you talking about? My witness is not the person on trial here. She's an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime. That's all. What possible reason would a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman? Edward, you are the worst. You are the worst. It certainly had to imagine this woman as a murderer. A motive, huh? I figure that's what I had to establish next. Well, Miss Faye, do you have any evidence of a motive? Yes, of course. I think. You're still acting as tame as a kitten. Kitten? Mr. Armando, what did I tell you about the sexual harassment? Listen, a lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisted in knots is the mark of a pro. Maybe so, but I wish you would quit grinning at me like that. Excuse me, may I speak, Mr. Judge? Of course, Mr. Judge is ready anytime you like. I'd like to say something. Some people here are suspicious of me, right? That's why I at least wanted you, Mr. Judge, to know that it's not true. I see. You're such an honest and upstanding young lady. It looks like this witness is a real professional. What do you mean? Look at that 100-watt smile. Just when things are darkest for her, click, she lights right up. Very well then, let's hear what the witness has to say. Oh boy. I was out of the country until the year before last. Until I entered college, I had never even been to Eagle Mountain before. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago. Or kidnapping a poor girl. I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster. Out of the country, eh? Precisely, she was like in Canada or something. Oh, I'm from Canada. We know, Judge. I'm the Canadian judge. We know, Judge. Furthermore, she has no possible motive for committing murder. Indeed. You're up to bat, kitten. Sharpen those claws and put on your best smile. You bet. Somehow I have to tie her into this case. Now that's gonna be easy. Huh? A grudge. A. Miss Faye, stop making fun of my accent. Sorry. Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial in getting the defendant sentenced to death. Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt. My client has always maintained that he's innocent of those charges. He seems rather forgetful. Your client, I mean. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot the poor policewoman as well. What do you mean by that? Your client, he forgot what the detective looked like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about her testimony as well. Well, she's right about that. Mr. Falls is kind of forgetful. You said he forgot about what the detective looked like. What do you mean by that? Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some kind of identification, right? Quite right, that's why the victim was wearing a scarf as identification. Why, if I had been wearing a white scarf that day, then he probably would have tried to kill me. That's true. He's clearly a bitter man. This is bad. Mr. Fall's reputation just keeps getting worse and worse. Sometimes it's best not to poke too deep. What should I do with that last statement? Now, have it added to the testimony. Your Honor, what the witness just said now was tremendously important. I'd like it added to the official testimony. The prosecution has no objection. After all, the defendant is a killer and a mentally unbalanced one at that. That testimony only helps to further prove that point. No, that's not what I... Enough, witness, if you would. My pleasure, Mr. Judge. Yeah, about that, how do you know that she needed specifically a white scarf, considering the scarf is not white? Witness, I want you to look at this photo you took. It's hard to see in the photo, but look at the scarf the victim wore as identification. Ah, you were talking about this scarf right here, eh? Yes, that's it. The scarf the policewoman was wearing. I got her now, just done messed up. But that's strange. In your testimony you stated the following. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. White? This is the scarf you identified as belonging to the victim. But it certainly doesn't look white to me. Oh. Well, it was foggy that day and it was raining as well. It's not surprising that she mistook it for white. Sorry, but not this time. The witness just confirmed that this was the victim's scarf. Yes, but what's the significance? It's true that the scarf doesn't look white, but there's only one explanation for this mix-up. The reason why the witness thought the scarf was white is the victim's note. Witness, have you ever seen this note? Note? No, never. It's top secret evidence. There's no reason that you would have. I wonder about that. What do you mean? This note shows Mr. Fall's instructions to the victim regarding their meeting. It says, wear white scarf for identification. White scarf. Ah! Witness, you knew what this note said. And it's because you knew that you slipped up and mistakenly said white scarf. Well, Miss Foster? No. Order, order, order. Mr. Edward, I'm waiting for an explanation. I'm quite sure this note wasn't leaked to the public. And yet this witness knew exactly what the note said. At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Terry Falls is one, the person who wrote the note, Valerie Houghton, is another. And finally, One more person. Do you say one more person? That's right, one person that no one would have suspected. Have you figured it out, kitten? Yep. The third person that knew the contents of the note was Wolf Files, Miss Dahlia Horton. And that person is Dahlia Horton. Dahlia Horton? I never heard that name before. Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia, tell her this time. There is her name, right there. What's it? Who is this person? This Dahlia Horton. It's famous with desperate. She's trying to bring the dead back to life. The dead? Dahlia Horton was the victim's deceased younger sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago. Killed in a crime. You don't mean? Yes, she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Falls. You said she was killed, but was she really? What are you implying? Of course, people thought she had died 5 years ago, when she fell off the Dusty Bridge and was lost in the Eagle River. However, her corpse was never found. She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. Blink at me. Don't do that. Don't wink. That's weird. Edward, stop doing that. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Horton is officially dead. But the fact remains that her body was never recovered. Dahlia Horton was 14-year-old 5 years ago. If she were still alive, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster, I believe that's the same age you are. Even you couldn't. Miss Faye, you're not saying. I am. But I am. That's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. This girl is in fact Miss Dahlia Horton. What? Nice work. That was like tossing a grenade into a 3-alarm fire. But unless you can tie all the loose ends together, you're nothing but a hit-and-run arsonist. I understand. If I can expose her true nature, I can turn this whole case on his head. Now is my chance to make Mr. Edward squirm. Hoser. Witness, just who are you anyway? I'm... I didn't think it'd come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness. Yes, I understand. What, Mr. Edwards, explain yourself. In your honor, I have an admission to make. I honestly never thought the defense would pursue the matter this far. You don't mean... Yes, the prosecutor's office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all our witnesses. What did he say? It looks like the kid knew. He knew her true identity from the get-go. No way, but then why? If you hadn't revealed her secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it. All he wanted was her testimony, so he made a little trade. Let me introduce you to the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Horton. But I thought she died 5 years ago. We thought so as well, but, well, as you can see... Why did you hide her identity for 5 years? That has nothing to do with the current case. She was merely an accidental witness to a crime. Accidental? I don't believe that for a minute. For the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of another murder. Stop doing that, Edward. Really, Miss Faye, I must say your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost. How dare you? Please, let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. But even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Houghton lost something much more precious, her big sister. Miss Faye must be insane to even suggest that she murdered her. What? I'm inclined to agree with the prosecutor's logic. Miss Faye, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion? What possible reason would this witness have for killing her beloved sister? Well, you see, I thought I was winning, but somehow he's turning around on me. I think you need a little push in the right direction, kitten. The defense is prepared to present evidence to supporting our claim. Do you have to say that? Ah, that wasn't me. It was this guy, this crazy coffee addict. I think we've had enough empty threats from you, old man. What makes you think they're empty, boy? Because your protege looks like she's sweating bullets. I am sweating bullets. You think you're in a tough spot, huh? Of course, aren't I? No, you've just arrived at the moment of truth, that's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you. Up to me. One of my favorite songs from the for the album Aqualung. From Jethro too. The rashness of youth, how charming. This coming from someone younger than me. Now then, let's not waste any more time. Miss Faye? What motive would this witness have for murdering her own sister Valerie Houghton? Well, normally I would say the diamond, but really it's in the note. The story starts after Terry Falls escaped. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is the note she left. It says, talk to Dahlia, tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Valerie Houghton gave Dahlia a warning. She told her she was going to reveal to the world the whole truth. The whole truth? There was a dangerously important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. That's the reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie. To keep her mouth shut permanently. A terrific story, Miss Faye. If you like fiction, that is. Enlighten the court, Miss Faye. What was this secret that was so important? Where's your evidence? Dahlia and Valerie Houghton and Terry Falls. There's only one important secret that connects them all. Ah, yes, I know this secret. Your Honor, the defense would like to request further testimony. What testimony? Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago, we believe it will explain a lot of things, such as the nature of the important secret between the Houghton sisters. Very well. I'll grant your request for further testimony. I know it'll be painful for you, but can you enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf? Yes, I'll try, Mr. Judge. Did you just call her Maple Leaf? Dude, stop being Canadian. Put it on the old man charm one more time, Dahlia. But this will be the last time you hide behind your womanly wiles. Goddamn womanly wiles. 5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. Were you though? So I decided to change my identity and start a new life. The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. With her sister's help, she left the Houghton family and started all over again. And where to believe after all that, she murdered her sister. Preposterous! Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Faye. Yes, Your Honor? As you heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping. I'll ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination. Mr. Edward got to jump on me again. If we're not allowed to fight, then let's twist some arms. Listen up. We still got that info. That ace up our sleeve. What info? Come on, kitten. Don't say you've forgotten already. The fact that the kidnapping 5 years ago was staged. That's right, it was a fake kidnapping. Gary Falls was that in the lobby. I do anything she says, anything Dahlia says. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by... Yeah, me and Dahlia, and Valerie too. Yes, that's it. The fake kidnapping is her best shot, Mia. That's her secret. Okay, but... You say that Mr. Falls push you into the Eagle River. However, that's hard to believe. But it's true. I felt a push on my back. I'm certain of it. It was Mr. Falls. I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said that's hard to believe. I should have said that's impossible. Impossible? I asked that the court recall the condition of Dusty Bridge now and 5 years ago. The bridge hasn't changed one bit in the last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind as you have claimed, instead of being carried away by the river, you would have been smashed by the bedrock below. A most certain death. Do you understand now, Dahlia Horton? The very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible. Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why, for all we know, the water level in the river might have been higher back then. But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in the water level wouldn't have made a difference. You're right, if the events occurred just as the witness has testified, then the defendant couldn't have pushed the witness into the river. Young lady, what is the meaning of this? You see, Just a moment, Your Honor. It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated that she fell from the back end of the bridge. What do you mean? After being shot in the arm, it's possible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off to the side of the bridge. If that's true, she would have fallen into the river. Well, Miss Horton, is Mr. Edwards' explanation correct? Now that you mention it, I do remember now when I fell off the bridge. My skate got caught on one of the bridge's side wires. You can't be serious. Order in the court. It seems Miss Faye's assault has finally reached its conclusion. Not now, Mia. This is not the time to retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Miss Faye's assault. What? I believe your reasoning went something like this, Mr. Edward. You piece of shit. After being shot in the arm, it's possible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off to the side of the bridge. However, once again, I'm forced to say, that's impossible. Ridiculous. What's so impossible about it? Because your flawed logic contradicts the court record. I believe it's the, yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. Your Honor, all of the answers are right here in this photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. They extend up to about 5 feet off the ground. It would be impossible to push someone off from there. But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like these wouldn't be a problem for him. I mean, it wouldn't. He could just, like, throw her off, like, past the wires. But A, that would require him to not have been shot in the arm, and B, her skill couldn't have caught in the wires in that case. I would assume, like, it would make it harder for her dress to be caught in them. He could have easily picked up a 14-year-old girl and thrown her over. So young and already so forgetful, Mr. Edward. Mr. Full had been shot in the right arm. Ah. And more importantly, Valerie Houghton had her gun trained on him at point-blank range. So, Mr. Falls throwing the witness of the bridge, that is clearly impossible. Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? Dahlia Houghton, you jumped into the Eagle River intentionally. What? What is this? Indeed, what do you mean by such a ridiculous remark? Yes, it's ridiculous. My sister was there to help me. She had her gun and handcuffs. She could have saved me. Jumping into a raging river like that would have been suicide. Perhaps, but still, that's exactly what you did. You were probably confident that you could handle the swift current. But even more so, the witness had a much more compelling reason for jumping into the river. Oh, then what was it? What was so important that she'd want to jump into the river? The witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of the Eagle River. The diamond. 5 years ago, something else disappeared along with Dahlia that day. The item that Valerie brought up the mountain with her, the $2 million diamond, which is pink for some reason. I mean, there are pink diamonds, it's just, you know... Ah! No, it can't be. Yes, Dahlia had it all planned from the beginning. The $2 million. She was going to keep it all for herself. She forced Mr. Falls to help her fake the kidnapping. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river, with the ransom tucked away safely in her backpack. Boy, that's simply ridiculous. Your Honor, 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old. Do you really think a 14-year-old is capable of such a demonic plan? Yes, have you met any 13-year-olds, Edward? They're terrible human beings. Not to recycle the John Mulaney bit, but they are. They will get to the things that hurts about yourself. Absolutely. 14-year-olds? Little bastards, those bitches. Also, I like to point out, their parents were jewelers. So, like, if she waited a couple of years, she could just, like, save, like, just get the inheritance. Like, she didn't need to do all of the kidnapping or anything. Like, she could have literally just waited until her parents died and inherited all of their money, which they definitely had. So, I don't know. I guess I just don't see the point of this. Like, just lay down and wait until your parents give you all the money. This woman is a demon. And there was one more person who helped make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Houghton. You mean the victim was involved in the kidnapping plot as well? But she was a detective then. You're saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping? Precisely. I'm sure that it weighed heavily on her conscience for the past 5 years. Hi. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder. What do you mean by that? On the day of the murder, after receiving the phone call from Mr. Falls, Valerie called her sister Dahlia. And then she told her what she was planning to do. Planning to do? She was going to tell the whole truth, as she wrote in her note. That is what sealed Valerie Houghton's fate. Had to do. Oh yeah, no, this is a flashback for the record. Like, this entire case is a flashback that Phoenix is having in the hospital because Phoenix Wright is a hilarious man who accidentally falls off a suspension bridge into a river. But that happens in the middle of the next case, of the last case. So this is a flashback to a fast forward. Well, rather, it's a flash forward to a flashback that then is gonna take us back to the present. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. Like, this is case 4. The case where Phoenix falls down from a bridge into a river and survives, even though apparently the river is super dangerous, is case 5. Like, in the middle of case 5. So, he's in the hospital, like, that's the framing device. So it's a flash forward to case 5, but we're doing a flashback to before the first case of this game, which is in and of itself a flashback. 5 years before the events of the entire other rest of the cases of this game, like case 2 to 5. You've lost me, but like all I've seen of Ace Attorney feels like a byproduct of my hysteria, so this checks completely. Look, I'm just saying, play Ace Attorney, it's hilarious. Like, at the very least, you should play the original trilogy, and then if you want, play the rest of it, because Ace Attorney is a hilarious series. Like, I played the first 4 games and the rest I couldn't play them, so I'm replaying everything from the beginning. I'm just saying, I think that your chat would love it. Like, I feel like your chat would absolutely lose their mind with Ace Attorney because it's incredible. It's an incredible series. It's so dumb. Like, the moments that are very serious are very good. The moments that are very stupid are incredible. That is when you hatch your demonic plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Ace Attorney is becoming mainstays in low slowly. You played so much I got invested. I mean, I want to play all of the games, so I'm gonna be playing like... So this is the first trilogy that I'm doing. Then there's the second trilogy that I'm not gonna do immediately because there's also Ace Attorney Investigations, which stars famous gay prosecutor Miles Edward. That is 2 games. And they're interquel, so Ace Investigations 1, for example, happens between Ace Attorney 1 and 2, if memory serves me right, or 2 and 3, something like that. So my plan is, first trilogy, both Investigations, second trilogy, which is from Apollo Justice onwards, because Apollo Justice is in fact the best game in the series and nobody will take that away from me. Literally best game in the series, I'm not even kidding. And then the other 2 games are not as good and nobody likes them in the fandom, for the record. And then the Great Ace Attorney. And the Great Ace Attorney is hilarious. Like, let me just put a little bit of context. So the Great Ace Attorney is like a super prequel that shows Phoenix's ancestor, who was also a lawyer. So like ancient Japanese law kind of situation. Also England is there. They go to England. It makes sense in context. It's also really well written. Like, there's a lot of racism going on and it's actually very, very good on how it portrays everything, for the record. Like, extremely good writing. All my subscriptions ran out. I have no note emoji. It's okay. So the funny thing about the Great Ace Attorneys is that the Ace Attorney series, it got, localized. So all of the characters have English names and they're supposedly in California, which people playfully called Japanifornia, because what do you mean there's Japanese temples in California? That makes no sense. But whatever. We jokingly call it Japanifornia. The issue with this is that Ace Attorney Chronicle, like the Ace Attorney, like the Chronicles, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, is very Japanese. Like, they're literally in Japan at the beginning, and then they go to, like, you cannot take Japan away from the context of the Great Ace Attorney. I heard of Japanifornia. Well, we're in Japanifornia. Apparently gay marriage is not legal there yet. So what happened is that they had to translate it as the game actually is, like with all of the Japanese names and all of that stuff. Which means that Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, is actually Japanese descendant. Canonically, he's Japanese descendant when his, like, ancestry was never really touched because you were in Japanifornia and he had an English name when they translated. So, yeah, no, the entire thing is hilarious. Like, oh no, look, Phoenix Wright has some of the best localization work ever. Like, all of the puns that they do with the names, like, it is in fact an incredible amount of work and it's impressive. But it is hilarious when they get to Great Ace Attorneys, which is explicitly Japanese as fuck. And then they have to combine the two, because technically that's Phoenix's ancestor, and they have to keep the name. So Phoenix doesn't share his last name with the, like, they actually have like phonetically similar names in Japanese, both of them. So Phoenix doesn't even share like the last name with his ancestor anymore. It's hilarious. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices to the kidnapping would talk. And that is why you kill your sister, Valerie Houghton. Hoser, that's Canadian judge for the record. He's a brother of the regular judge, and he's Canadian. That is his two characteristics. Canadian, brother of the other judge. Who is that? Who's laughing at a time like this, Hoser? Forgive me, it's just hilarious. Witness? Is that you? You amuse me, woman. Miss Mia Fey. You can certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally, you have the evidence to back it up, don't you? Canadian being a defining characteristic is killing me. I mean, he even says Hoser, and he does the that Canadians do. Like, it is in fact, like, the entire joke is that he's just the brother of the actual judge that you see all the time, and also he's Canadian for some reason, which makes no sense because the other judge is not Canadian. So we can only assume that he's his brother-in-law, which means that the judge married a Canadian woman. Ace Attorney has a lot of lore. Just saying, there's a lot of lore here. Evidence? Evidence that I planned the kidnapping, of course. That at 14 I plotted it with Mr. Falls and my sister. Or maybe he's cosplaying being Canadian, or alternatively, the regular judge is cosplaying as being American. There's always that. Well, and one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? If you can't provide evidence to at least show that... Well, Miss Faye, I don't know. What a joke. You, Miss Faye. Are you stupid or something? How can I prove a fake kidnapping happened 5 years ago? I don't even have this in proof of Valerie Houghton's murder. Well, it seems that we've come to the end. To be honest, the witness' behavior does raise certain suspicions. However, I am forced to reject the assertions made by the defense. Motherfucker. Of course you are. Is this it? Is it really over? That girl has made a fool of me and there's nothing I can do about it. Ha! Without evidence, the trial is over. Who decided that? Mr. Armando! Come on now, kitten. Haven't you figured out that you can make your own rules? For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony. Testimony? On the day in question, Dahlia Horton murdered her sister Valerie Horton. She hid her body in the trunk of Mr. Falls' stolen car and then went to meet with him. Disguised herself as her sister, Valerie Horton. That's what you think, right? Yes, that's right. In that case, there's only one answer, right? There's only one person left who can testify about Valerie Horton's murder. If there's no proof, there's only one thing left to do. Who is the one person who can testify to that demon woman's crimes? Well, obviously the only person involved. Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness. A new witness? Yes, we would like to hear the testimony of Terry Falls. The defendant? There's only one person that can shed any further lights on the situation. Only one person that knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. Only one person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Horton, or whether it was in fact her younger sister Dahlia disguised as her. There's only one person who can solve this riddle once and for all, and that person is Terry Falls. Well, Mr. Edward, what is your take on this situation? Your take on this, eh? Baby Edward is such an asshole. Why not? The prosecution has no objection. This is exactly the same that happens when Manfred von Karma just accepts letting you cross-examine a parrot. Like, this is the attitude that kills me. Like, Edward has it when young, Francisca has it, which of course she does, she's Manfred von Karma's daughter, and Manfred has it, and it is their gravest mistake. The second they tell you, yeah, why not? You can just do whatever the fuck you want. You want to cross-examine the parrot? Cross-examine the parrot. It's fine. What are you gonna do cross-examining a parrot? The parrot's not gonna say anything of value. 2 seconds later, it entirely falls apart. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, no! Cross-examining a parrot is like one of the best parts of the first Ace Attorney game. If the first one gets you to cross-examine a parrot. It makes sense in context too. But like the best part is that Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney at Law, is perfectly aware that cross-examining the parrot is stupid. He knows it, but it's his last chance. So he's like, okay, can I cross-examine the parrot? And Manfred von Karma, the worst bastard in the entire game, prosecutor extraordinaire, is like, yeah, you know what, that's stupid enough for me. Go on, do it. It's gonna be hilarious for everyone involved. Why would I care? Why would I care about you cross-examining a parrot? That's stupid. Literally 2 seconds later, Parrot says something incredibly incriminating and his entire case ends up completely destroyed because Manfred von Karma is a fucking idiot. And that happens not with a parrot, but it happens more than once. Like, prosecutors just let you do bullshit that they shouldn't allow you, and that's what lets you save yourself. And Edward is no different. Very well. Bailiff, whack his balls. I mean, bring the defendant to the witness stand. This is my last chance, Mr. Falls. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. You're all I have left. Look, Ace Attorney is hilarious. It is absolutely worth the effort. For the record, if you played if you ever played Ghost Trick, if you ever played Ghost Trick, it's the same writer. The same person who did Ghost Trick, responsible for the original trilogy, Apollo Justice, I think the first Investigations game, and the Great Ace Attorney. So if you ever played Ghost Trick, yeah, that's the mood that we get with this game. It's just Ghost Trick, but it's lawyering. Defendant, you've heard everything that's been said up to this point, yes, eh? Oh, I don't believe it. No way. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Valerie betrayed me. Mr. Falls? I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago, but one thing is clear. Dahlia is very much alive, and you were used for $2 million. That's no true. Mr. Falls, there's only one question I want the answer to. 2 days ago on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? Was it Valerie Houghton or was it Dahlia Houghton? Dahlia, did you betray me? 5 years ago she promised. She promised never ever betray each other. Terry. Dahlia. It's true. You're alive. You don't trust me anymore. That makes me sad. Tell the truth, the real truth. I believe in you. I shouldn't need to say it. You should already know. But there is one thing that I will say. My life is in your hands right now, Terry. Leah. I will allow Mr. Falls to testify once only. Well then, Mr. Falls, yours will be the final testimony in this trial. Witness! Ah! I'm sorry, I apologize. Water, please, water. Can't talk. Need water. Oh well, I guess it'll have to be my coffee instead. At least it'll match the way he's probably feeling right now. Darker and bitter than hell itself. Ah. That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of Bridge. She wasn't there, so I waited on Bridge. I watched my car from Bridge. I never put nobody in that car. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked, and then she left. That was Valerie. Not my Dahlia. Mr. Falls, you're covering for her. Do you think she would... That's enough, Miss Faye. His last statement was a fitting way to end the final testimony of the trial. Well then, Miss Faye, please proceed with your cross-examination. Is this how you wanted to end, Mr. Falls? Another guilty verdict to go along with your death sentence? There's only one person who can stop it. You, Kitten. I think. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Diego Armando's. Probably Maradona reference. Wait. Yeah, this is the one. I mean, to be fair, this guy is already on death row. So he's already screwed. Like, he's already screwed in that respect. Like, he's already screwed. So there's not fixing that. It's just how many other crimes he's gonna get, you know? Japanifornia is not a particularly fair place. A lot of people get death sentences. So when you got to the bridge, no one had arrived, huh? So you waited on the bridge. You're sure of that? Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, to be fair, Japan does have the death penalty, though they're using it less, and the United States is one of the countries that tends to use the death penalty the most. So, yeah. Not surprising that Japanifornia is like that. You're sure, huh? Well then, I'm sure too, Mr. Falls. I'm sure that you're lying. Oh, I would love to hear your rationale on this, Miss Faye. You want to know who arrived at the bridge first? Just look at this photo. It's perfectly clear. Obviously, the person that came first would be the one at the end of the bridge, right? But that's the victim at the end of the bridge. Yeah. Precisely my point, idiot. In other words, Mr. Falls, you must have arrived at the bridge after she did. Yeah. Mr. Falls? Please don't get so worked out. We just want the truth. I go there around 4 o'clock. It's true. I had somewhere to go. A special place. Did you go to this special place before you went to the bridge? Yeah, it's an old temple, about 15 minutes from the bridge. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia, we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. For the record, this guy was 20 and Dahlia was 14. When the events 5 years ago happened. He was dating a 14-year-old. Just saying. Like, this is an actual thing. The worst part is not that he decided to date a 14-year-old at 20, considering it's fictional. My main issue is that he calls her my teen angel. Like, that's the bad part. The bad part is that he's cringe about it. The bad part is that he's weird. It's not like, oh yeah, he's dating a 14-year-old. It's a video game. Shit happens. It's like, no, he's doing that. He's calling her like his teen angel and shit. And he's like, dude, you can date a 14-year-old in the weird video game. Just don't be weird about it. Just don't be weird about it. She bought a memento to represent our love. A memento? 5 years ago, I hid it on the base of tree there. It's a special memory for me. This is it. This is what I went to get. At his grown age, I mean, he's 20. Although with the way he talks and everything, I do wonder if the implication is that he's how do I put it politely? He has some learning disability or something, like he's, you know, a little slow. I guess that's the implication there, which has its own can of worms. This is a game from the 2000s. Kinda makes sense. This little bottle on a necklace is your memento. It's quite charming, but it looks empty. Your Honor, you heard what my client said. He arrived at the scene at 4 o'clock. But he then left his car unattended and walked away. He was gone for approximately 30 minutes. With that much time, Dahlia Houghton could have easily hidden the body in the trunk of his car. No! Indeed, there certainly wasn't enough time for it. I still got a chance. Mr. Falls, there's no mistaking it. Mr. Falls? Oh. Right. That's enough, please. Witness? I promise her 5 years ago, if it ever happens, that we can't trust each other no more, then we're supposed to drink bottle. Ugh. Ah yes, and the bottle is full of poison. Which you find out in the first case, which happens a year after this one. No, stop the trial! Your Honor, we need a recess. I was stupid. Couldn't keep promise. So I did it. I drank this. No, we are so close. Just a little more. I was going to prove your innocence. No, don't want that. Done to herself. Maybe kill again. Kill sweet Dahlia again. Mr. Falls. Mr. Armando. Thanks for the coffee. Alright, Mr. Falls! Yeah, because he probably had to put the poison in the coffee to drink it. To hide the taste. So my first trial ended. Suddenly and tragically. This is Mia's first trial canonically also, which is pretty fucked up. It ended with no winners, only losers. I ended up with a wound that cut so deep into my soul, I thought it'd never heal. I'm sure it was the same for that young prosecutor as well, even though he's gonna grow up to become kind of an asshole. And then him and Phoenix are not gonna be able to marry because Japanifornia hasn't made it legal yet. But one person, the true criminal Dahlia Houghton, she left the courtroom with a secret smile on her demonically sweet face. Unforgivable, that witch. Mr. Armando, we were so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. You were just a little too soft, kitten. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Don't cry, kitten. You're going to make my coffee all salty. I knew it. I knew I wasn't cut out for this. Mia. Yes, Godot. I mean, Diego Armando Maradona. Don't you get it? You can't cry yet. No! The coffee! The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. My dude, you might want to bandage that. Mr. Armando? No matter how tough the case, no matter how bitter the memories, they always fade over time. Then you file them away and eventually forget them. I kinda get why Mia started dating this guy. Like, if a man dramatically broke a coffee mug with his bare hands to try and make me feel better about something terrible that happened, I too would be a little sweeney about it. Very dramatic. Like, I don't know, I like that in a man. Oh, hi, Phoenix in the hospital. 1 year later, in this very same courthouse, I myself got wrapped up in that case. Is Reese undefeated? It is! That's young Phoenix from the first case. Only after that did Dahlia Houghton get put on trial for her crimes. The verdict that was ultimately handed down to her was guilty, of course. Naturally, when the verdict was read, she had a perfect angelic smile on her face. For the record, Phoenix dated her. Like, the first case, Phoenix literally just mentioned that they're dating. Like, he dated this woman in college. So, make of that what you will. In my experience, it just proves my long-standing theory that Phoenix just likes people who treat him like shit. Hare, Edgeworth, Kristoff, by the time of Apollo Justice, Godot, depending on how you want to read the relationship, Edgeworth again for the rest of the series. Like, Phoenix is just very good at getting himself involved with people who treat him like shit. Emotionally masochistic king, I respect that. Same. Honestly, same. It really is just like that. It was finally all over. At least, that's what I thought at the time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5 years, but now something has happened that has made me remember all this. Yeah, falling off a bridge into that same river that happened in this game. To, you know, and then where everything happened in this game. Whee! The last episode of the third game and the ending of the first trilogy. Life having only 7 branches is a little silly though. Hi then, Mia. Hi, guy who screwed us. Ah, the girlies. Hi, bastard. Boop. Must be kind of hard to kill someone with that sword, just saying. Like 7 branches, kind of uncomfortable to wield that. February 6, 9:48 a.m. Ride and Co. Law Offices. Hey, Nick. Yeah, what is it? You know how I've got a spiritual powers unlike you? Sure, you're a spirit medium, after all. But just like you, if I don't keep my powers sharp, they get dull, right? I guess so, yeah? Glad you agree. Okay, Pearly, you're up. Pearls? So, that's why we need to go on a special spiritual hotspot told, Mr. Dick. I'm lost. What's this magazine you're showing in my face? It's the New Year's issue of All Cult with the spiritual location special. Oh. Bells looks so happy. Maximize your spiritual powers with just 1 night of intensive training. Oh, it sounds too good to be true. I'll say, it sounds more like a scam to me. It's at a spiritual retreat called Hasakura Temple. It's way up in the mountains and I bet it's nice and cold. Just perfect for training. Now I definitely don't want to go. You know, I think I've heard of this temple before. It's a famous channeling dojo. It's hard for even real spirit mediums like us to make reservations up there. Reservations? For a temple? Are you serious? Don't worry, I have made a special reservation just for us. Yeah, and I signed up for the special course. That's nice. And the timing couldn't be better. Since we don't have a case right now anyway. Alrighty then, it's settled. Well, come on, don't just stand there. Start packing your stuff. Yes, Mr. Dick, you better start packing your stuff. Huh? Me? Why do I have to go? Well, we have to be accompanied by someone over 20 years old. Hey, I don't have anything to do with spirit power. The only thing I can channel is a TV. So, is there a heated pool at this Hasakura temple? No, but you can stand under that freezing waterfall. His honest reaction to this. Sorry, but I think I'll pass. I hate cold places. What? No way! How can you be so selfish? Come on, Mr. Dick, look at this place. Doesn't it look beautiful? Nope, not going. I'm gonna be nice and toasty at home. What the? What is it, Mr. Dick? Let me see that magazine. It's none. Is she a friend of yours or something, Nick? This girl, it's... My name is Talia Hutton. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. Honestly, how can any woman ever count on you for anything? You disgust me. But it can be. She was found guilty and should still be in prison. Mr. Nick? I'll go. Huh? Hasakura Temple. I said I'll go. Yay! Isn't that great, Pearly? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nick. You do anything for Mystic Maya, right? Even welcome a buddy calls, right? No, I have a boyfriend, Pearls. We talked about this. Oh, Cult! What a name for a magazine. Dahlia Horton. I knew there was no way she could possibly be at that temple. But I just had to see for myself who this nun really was. February 7, 3:24 p.m. Hazakura Temple. The main gate. It's just the main gate. It's just the main gate. It's so cold here, Nick. Maybe you should put on something warmer for a change. Well, it's supposed to be cold. It's raining. Indeed, chattering so loudly, it's all I can do to make out what she's saying. Wow, Ishikwaya, so this is your favorite Hazakura temple. Barely. Well. How nice to see you here. Welcome to our temple. Thank you. Oh my. Thank you for coming all this way. Come now. You must have been cold. What's with the past tense? We're freezing into human... Well, we are happening in the mountains after all. In any case, we shouldn't speak here. Please follow me inside. Thank you. I was starting to... Oh, yes, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm the head nun here at the temple. My name is Bikini. Bikini? That's right. Hi. Actually, that's my temple name. What do you think? It's a tradition to have one, and I wanted something that had a nice image to it. Mom, nobody wants to see you in a bikini. I thought, why not choose a bikini? Besides, it makes me seem younger. It certainly does. Oh, I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite rare me considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those new channel. Request? Wahaha? Maybe you should take your visit to die, Mr. Maya. We can come back another day. But you went through all the trouble. Yes, that's right. You come all this way, so please enjoy yourself. There's still time before supper, so why don't you have a look around? Sure. So what's a channeling dojo anyway? Oh my, you don't even know that. Forgive him, sister, for he knows not what... Well, call me Bikini and forget the sister part. A channeling dojo is basically a spiritual power training ground. We have special holy items prepared here to help people boost their spiritual power. Holy items? I mean, she's very... temple in spirit, but not in practice. If you train an entire evening surrounded by these items, it's quite mysterious. The spiritual power of these items seems to envelop you. Wow, she must have just got it off the trolley from the land of make-believe. So what exactly is the special... You must be incredible devoted to be interested in that at such a young age. It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant the spell. 30,000 times. All will be showered in freezing cold spirit water. It's February now, right? You have to be careful this time of the year. If you don't watch it, you'll catch pneumonia or maybe even die for hypothermia. So be careful, you hear? How am I supposed to be careful? Oh no, I knew I should have seeked Mr. Mai out for this. Sister, about this picture... Well, look at that. I must say I look rather divine here, don't you think? Oh, yeah, unforgettable in every way. You mean it? Oh, I knew it! The bacon was pretty tough, but Iris helped me out. Iris? That cute little girl in the photo. She looks just like me, doesn't she? We're just a small temple here, so she and I run the entire place. Really? That kind of sounds like... Sorry to cut it, but... This Iris... Where is she right now? Just listen to you. You haven't come all the way up here just to find a girlfriend, have you? Carly, we talked about this before. I have a boyfriend. His name is Edward. We are going to marry when Japanifornia makes it legal. It just hasn't happened yet. No, no, no. That's not what I had in mind at all. Anyway, here's in the inner temple prepared for this evening. Inner temple. Yes, that's right. Here's will be back this evening. Why don't you go have a look at the main hall for now? She's in the inner temple, huh? Well then. February 7, Hasakura Temple. Main hall. The main hall, I think it's even called it yet. Ah, Mr. Nick, do you smell that? It smells like meat and gravy. Yeah, you're right. I guess it's pot roast for tonight. Yum! Weird. I thought they would serve something a little more, well, traditional. What are you talking about, Nick? You think monks and nuns just sit around eating rice gruel all the time? Mystic Mai is right. Oh, I hope there's mashed potatoes too. I love mashed potatoes. What a cute little acolyte. Greetings to all of you. Oh, hello. Whoa, this lady makes Maya look like a 6.8 out of 10 on the weirdness scale. Your outfit. Did you come here for the special course too? Unfortunately, no. Actually, I'm... Ah! Yo, Miss Elite Yuxnim. Yes, that's right. You know me. My name is Perfect. I'm your biggest fan. Who is she, Nick? I see now. Swari, a fortune teller. I've got all your books, Mr. Nim. What a sweet thing, Hughes. What a sweet thing to say. And please call me Elise. Books? Mr. Nim, do you know anything? Do you even know who this is? Well, an author, maybe? Yes, and an illustrator of picture books. Picture books? Huh? Oh, now I get it. I'm sorry, I didn't know who you are. I don't get a lot of chances to really enjoy picture books. It's alright, I take no offense to that. My books are nothing but simple stories for children. And really beautiful pictures too, Miss Elise. Your books always make me feel as if my heart has been purified. It makes me feel very happy to hear you say that. I do have to admit, she certainly seems like a kind, sensitive lady. Miss Elise won an award last year for her book, The Magic Bottle. Yes, a friend of mine recently submitted a story I had written to a publisher. They liked it so much that they asked if it was alright to make it into a book. Whoa, it must have been a really great story. Maybe I should try to write a children's book too. If I do, you can secretly send it to a publisher for me, Nick. Recently, I was accepted as sort of apprentice, you might say. An apprentice? He calls himself Loris Yuxnim. I believe he's off doing some landscape sketches now. On Loris's behalf as well, I'd like to thank you for your support. Of course, Miss Elise. Anything for you. Why do you come here to Hazakura Temple, Miss Elise? Are you here to do some spiritual training? No, that's not it. I'm actually here to gather materials for a new book I'm working on. Wow, I can't wait to read it. Elsie's completely taken with her. I wanted to do a book with a more Japanese feel to it this time. So is that why you're dressed like you are? The children have a certain image of me in their minds. I don't want to disappoint them. What can I say? She's a really sweet lady. Wow, usually you dress up like a mountain god. Yes, the good people here were kind enough to let me borrow this. I'm wearing training clothes that in my robe as well. I want the stuff like that. You like the crystal sphere. It's real amethyst, you know? Maybe we'll find one like that up here in this boat tide. We'll get any more traditional food from that temple though? Yeah, I guess. Good luck, Nick. I know you'll find me one. Well, you'll have to excuse me now. I have to go help with the dinner preparations. Wow, you mean you're cooking dinner tonight? That's right. Would you like to help too, Pearl? Yeah, I want to help with whatever I can. Pearl looks like she just won the lottery. Oh, I'll help too then. No, it's fine. Please don't worry about it. Feel free to relax and explore the area with your friend. Huh? But... Oh, yes, please take this. I think it will be of help to you. It's a map of the area. We wouldn't want you to get lost now, would you be? The inner temple. There it is, on the other side of the bridge. Well, if you insist, I guess I'll take this chance to go check out the other temple. Okay, I'll see you two later then. Remember, you're not allowed to fight. Come on, Nick, let's go. At least we'll stay warm if we keep moving. Main gate. February 7, Hasakura Temple. Main gate. Huh? Where did Sister Bikini go? I guess she went to the inner temple to go help that other nerd out. Alright, I think her name is Iris? Yeah, that was it. I want to find out who Iris really is, but I'm scared of what I'll find. Don't worry about it. Ah yes, a completely safe bridge is not safe at all. February 7, Suspension Bridge. Wow, look at this broken down old bridge, Nick. Yeah, look at that big canyon below us. Hey, there's a river down there. It looks like it's flowing real fast. What's wrong, Nick? You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm just not very good with heights. Oh, hey, I've got it. Maybe you should face your fear and try hurling yourself off the edge. You know, 1, 2, 3, jump. It might be just what you need to get over your fear of heights. So, me with everything, I want to know what I'm scared of, what I'll find. Yeah, the only stuff for Phoenix, considering this is his evil ex-girlfriend who tried to kill him and also has killed other people. Yeah, that is a real good way to overcome phobias, alright? Anyway, it sure looks like a rickety bridge. And are you there? That's probably why it's called Dusty Bridge. Read again, Maya. It says Dusky Bridge. Oh, that's the bridge from the last case. Well, it's practically the same thing. Anyway, the inner temple is just up ahead. Right, so let's go and check it out. Why isn't there another way across? February 7. Inner temple gate. Wow, that bridge was shaking like jello in an earthquake. And at least half of the wood on that rickety bridge was rotting, I bet. Not to mention the last part only had like one board left on it. What's wrong with you? Your face is all green. Can you not peek at me for a second? I'm still trying to get over the shock that we made it safely across that death trap. Yeah, I guess I'm a bit surprised too. Yikes, that temple is in bad shape. It looks like it could collapse at any time. I guess people don't use it too often. Is this really where you're going to train though, Knight? Yeah, that has to be it. It's kinda creepy around here, like a ghost might jump out at you or something. A spirit medium afraid of ghosts. Isn't it ironic, don't you think? Aladdin's more is said my mortal enemy. I'll just go full on. I mean, sometimes it's better to just go full on. That is true. February 7, Inner Temple, Training Hall. Man, look at this place. It's just a tiny, freezing cool room. So this is where you'll both be training, huh? What do you mean, both? I'm the only one. Really? But I thought... Apparently just a little kid. She couldn't handle this kind of intense training. So says the girl who can barely hear over her teeth chattering. Anyway, the real training room must be behind that door over there. Yep, definitely getting the feeling is back there. Even I can sense that there's something supernatural about that cavern behind that door. Excuse me, but who are you? Ah. You're... Hi there! We're just looking around since we're going to be staying here tonight. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. I wonder why she spaced out like that, don't you, Nick? Did you say something, Maya? Not you too, Nick. My name is Iris. I'm one of the nuns here at this temple. I'm Maya Faye. It's a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine. Oh, please excuse me. I have some, chores to attend to. And then she left. She sure is beautiful. And a bit spacey, I guess. Phoenix, you might not, I don't know, date her in, like, the past or some shit? No, totally don't. It never happened. I don't know what you're talking about. I guess you're just not used to talking with urban sophisticates like us. Nick? That girl. It can be, but maybe. Suspension breach. Back to the main gate. Back to the main hall. Wait, really? There's nothing here? Wait. Where am I supposed to go now? Wait. I forgot where I have to go. Do I have to check something in the inner center? Oh god, wait. Between my extremely snot-filled nose and everything else, it's just ugh. Actually, yeah, there is something that I need to check on the inner temple, I believe. Training hall, and I believe is this. A hanging scroll. It doesn't look that old either. Ah! Ah! What is it? Why do you scream like that? This scroll. It's my mother. What? It's Misty Faye, the master of the Kurain School of Channeling. Are you sure? Yes. That crest at the top of the scroll. That's a special mark of the master of our tradition. So that's what the mark means. Ooh. What is it? Nothing. It's just that I last saw her over 15 years ago. If it wasn't for that crest, I wouldn't have even known it was her. My own mother. And I can't even recognize her face. Oh yeah, and it's gonna get worse when you realize a bunch of stuff later, Maya, but don't worry about it. Maya. Okay, now we can leave. And now we're gonna have a bad time. Yeah, there it is. February 7th, Dusky Bridge. Ooh, we managed to make it across Dusty Bridge. Nick, you look green. Are you feeling alright? Hey, what's wrong with you? Ever since we met Sister Iris at the trading hall, you've been really quiet. Oh, sorry. Hey, you, wait up! You think he's yelling at us? He must be. There's no one else around. Will you mind moving? You're standing right in my way. Hi, Larry. Ah! Hey, I know you. You're... Whoa, sorry, gonna run. See ya. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Loris Dunix. Liar, you're Larry. Your clothes may change, but you're still the butts. Shut up. I'm Loris. And I'm just here to do a sketch of Just Keep Your Reach. So it really is our Larry. Not that I get why he's pretending to be someone else. Larry is so fail girl, I love him. He is extremely fail girl, that is true. He really is pretty fail girl. Profiles. Oh yeah, her, my little Iris. She's really pretty. This girl, she's perfect. She's exactly my type. I wonder if she would model for me. I would do that portrait of her. Yeah, you always like those model types, didn't you, Larry? Hey, wait a sec. Did you say you were swearing off women? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Of course I have. I have, basically, but Iris is different. I feel like I still have one chance left at the dream. This guy will never change. So what are you doing with the last name Dunix? Dunix? God damn it! That's like French, and I hate the French. Well, I wanted to start over again with a clean slate. A clean slate? You remember, don't you? Last time? Oh yeah, the Master Mask incident. The Master Mask case. After that, I started to realize that I didn't like this guy known as Larry Butts. I don't know, French is extremely weird as a person who tries to learn French actively. It's just there's a lot of pronunciation of it that is just like, that makes no sense to me. But I have the same relationship with English, so I don't know if I can talk. And that's when I came across it, the Book of Destiny. The Book of Destiny? Do you mean The Magic Bottle by Elise Denim? English makes sense? I'm sorry. English doesn't... No, you got it. No. I'm sorry. English does not make sense. Precisely because the amount of exceptions it has is for a language that has no consistency. Because you cannot tell me, I am very passionate about this, you cannot tell me that a language that has flour, the thing that you use to cook, to bake for example, and flower, the thing that grows out of plants, and that bees pollinate, be the exact same sound with completely different spelling. They're pronounced the same. Those are not the same. My first language is Spanish. You cannot make me believe that the English language makes sense. It does not. It's a potpourri of German and French that you stole and then mixed with your weird language. And it got weirder because of that. It's the weirdest Germanic language there is. No, English does not make sense. It makes more sense than French to me because I learned a lot of English. It's like if several languages had an origin. Exactly, and that makes no sense. Like, English really is the origin language. I mean, here's the deal. I care. I like languages. I'm bad at learning them, but I like languages. And like, English is my second language, so I had to learn it. Like, in a way that is not natural. Like, I didn't live around people speaking English. All of my life, I've lived and I was born, raised, and I live in a Latin American country. I speak Spanish. That is my primary language and has always been my primary language. So I notice those things. English people come at you with like, oh yeah, English makes sense. And it's like, my brother in Christ, it does not make sense. Your conjugations are not consistent. Spanish has like 3-4 verbs at most that have different conjugations, and it's usually loan verbs that we took from a different language, and that's why they're conjugated differently. You guys have no consistency on conjugations. It makes no sense, and half of your words are stolen from different languages. It's so beautiful, so moving, so gentle. My heart felt place, I was saved. Maybe I should buy a copy of the magic bottle. Wow, Larry would make a great book salesman. I really want to get that book now too. It's a Sino one, so it was evil. Yeah, no, I imagine if your first language is... Yeah, it would be kind of a pain in the ass to learn English because it's not phonetic. Like... That's the thing with like most Latin, like most Asian languages and most Latin languages, primarily Spanish and Italian, are pretty consistent on pronunciation, especially Asian languages, considering they're phonetic. They're primarily phonetic languages. And it's clapped too, what the fuck? Yeah. Germanic languages aren't, and English is a very, very complicated language precisely because pronunciation-wise, sometimes it makes no fucking sense. Again, the flower and flower example is the most obvious one because they're definitely not the same fucking word, but they shouldn't be pronounced the same, and yet they do. French has a little bit of the same issue where like a lot of stuff, the pronunciation is weird. They have rules, but they have way too many exceptions as well. That's primarily the issue that I have with French. French is a lot more like Portuguese than it is close to any other Latin languages, for reference. And yet Portuguese is easier because it actually has a lot more settled down rules. Like Portuguese is a lot more consistent than French on pronunciation and what's the word that I'm looking for? On verb times, like the way that you conjugate them. So yeah, French and English are very similar in the respect of like, yeah, those languages are kind of bullshit for different reasons, and I would argue that English is more bullshit. I thought Portuguese was supposed to be closer to Spanish. No, actually, Italian is closer to Spanish. Like, Italian and Spanish, relatively closer. Portuguese, like, I'm gonna type something to like, this thing, that thing there, that is not used in Spanish and it's not used in Italian. It's only used for French and for Portuguese. That's the weird C that you write facade with, for example. Like that correctly written facade goes with like that thing that I never remember the name of. But that's not used in Spanish. Spanish doesn't have that. Spanish is closer to Italian. Portuguese is much closer to French. Like the way the sounds, the sound work in Portuguese is closer to French. French is much closer to Portuguese. Spanish is closer to Italian. Like phonetically speaking. We just... the conjugation verbs, like the way that we do things is much more similar to Italian. Is like the relationship is much similar Italian-Spanish than anything else, and Portuguese-French than anything else. Not that there aren't similarities between Spanish and Portuguese, but you listen to a Portuguese person talking and you listen to a French person talking, and you will notice that a lot of the sounds they make are very similar. And the same happens if you listen to someone who speaks Italian and a person who speaks Spanish. Mostly the thing with Spanish is that because you have like an entire continent of speaking different variations of Spanish, it really depends on which country you're getting it, because there's some difference in like mostly the accent, and the accent changes a little bit of the pronunciation in the process, but on paper, conjugation wise, it's all the same. Oh wait, I need to blow my nose. Like on paper, Spanish and Italian are much closer to each other. That's basically it, really. She's the most wonderful person I've ever met. I'd follow her everywhere. Well, she certainly is a very elegant lady. You see? Here's a photo I took of her in secret. Wow, that's a beautiful photo. You want a copy, don't you? It's okay, I just happen to make extra prints. Are you hugging each other? Look, why are you holding each other gently? Still, it's kinda hard to imagine you as a picture book illustrator. So, tell the truth, you must have some kind of ulterior motive, right? What are you talking about? Larry, you always have an ulterior motive. It has happened in every single game. I don't trust anyone anymore, especially not women. Talk about a bad case of denial. Anyway, can you even draw well enough to make a picture book? Art isn't only about technical skill, you know? It's also about having a pure heart. Larry, I remind you that I went to college for an art degree. I'm an attorney at law, and also I have an art degree. I'm Phoenix Wright, ace attorney at law and art. This is canon, by the way. And that's why I'm asking, can you draw well enough to make a whole book? Now that you mention it, I wonder. It looks like you still have some doubt in your heart. It's true, I do. But when I first saw her, I felt it. Something inside me ended, and something else began. Like a fart. Oh, Larry, it sounds like you're falling in love with Miss Alice Duxnim. No, you're wrong. It's not her, it's the other girl. Ain't bro also a pianist? No, that's from... Okay, so if you're thinking about that picture of Phoenix playing the piano that I think you're referring to... Oh, wait, no, you're talking about Apollo Justice. So... Okay, I guess I need to explain. This is the third game. Apollo Justice is the fourth game in the series. Phoenix Wright, long story short, you find this out like the first 15 minutes of the plot, really, 15-20 minutes. Phoenix Wright loses his attorney's badge. He loses his it's his attorney's badge. Like, he basically gets disbarred. He's not allowed to practice law anymore. And he ends up working as a quote-unquote pianist in a bar. But here's the deal, he doesn't know how to play piano. Like, the joke with Phoenix is that he's basically a gambler. Like, you find out while you do the case, he's contracted, quote unquote, as a pianist for the bar on purpose, because what they're hiding is illegal gambling that they're doing. Like, he's a poker player. Like, that's why he's there. He plays poker to get money from the customers there. But they can't legally say that because it's Japanifornia and they don't have a license to, you know, do that kind of stuff. So he's the pianist there. You know? Because, yeah. He's just the pianist there. But yeah, no, he's not technically a pianist. Oh god, my nose, wait a second. Oh, much better. So yeah, he's not a pianist now, and he's not gonna be a pianist in the future on a technical sense. Like, technically, is he a pianist? Yeah, is his job, quote unquote. Literally, is he actually capable of playing the piano? Question mark, red question mark emoji. Well, I guess sort of, but he's not really a pianist. He's like a fake pianist. Other girl. Uh-oh, I got a bad feeling about this. Everyone! Hey, Pearly! The preparations are complete. Please come quickly to the main hall. Alright, I can't wait to dig in, Pearly. I'm going to go to the next temple and call Sister Iris. I also want to have a look at where Mystic Maya is going to be training. Aw, she's just a baby. February 7th, 7:47 p.m. Hasagura Temple, main hall. Boy, am I stuffed. You sure it's alright to eat that much before your training? Well, this kind of training is a battle of endurance. Mystic Maya, please don't do anything that might put your heart at risk. No pain, no gain, I guess. Yeah, I'm still worried about you. Well, it's not dilly-dally, shilly-shally. You must get ready for tonight. Good luck, Maya. Alright, here I go. I'll see you all tomorrow, I guess. Iris, please ring the bell at 10 for lights out, alright? Yes, Sister Bikini. And then after you ring the bell, I want you to come join us at the training hall. I understand, Sister Bikini. Maya and Bikini really seem excited about this training thing tonight. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps you can read some books together. Really? I love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? I love to. Well, she's absolutely smitten with Miss Duke's name. I hope that doesn't get her a gay awakening. So, Larry, what are you going to do? Me? Well, I'm just gonna hang out in my room. I can't stand the cold at all. I totally hear you there. Miss Elise, so for example, how you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Oh, okay. What about this word? That's another tough one. It says roast. What kind of book is she reading anyway? Well, I'm going to go wash the dishes I had cleaned up. I'll go busy when I'm done, Miss Elise. Well, not much to do except head to my room and huddle under the covers, I guess. I mean, Phoenix, you're like in a very pretty mountain place. You could at least take some photos. I don't know. February 7, 9:12 p.m. Hasagura Temple, main hall. It's a whole different type of call up here in the mountains. Why couldn't the nearest bathroom be just a little closer to my room? Is that right? Ah! Oh, Miss Duke's name. Are you going to use the bathroom too? No, but have you seen Pearl? No, not since after dinner. I thought she said she was going to go to your room. I know, but she never showed up. I'm going to go look for her. Excuse me. Miss Elise Duke's name. A woman as mysterious in origin as her last name. But the really mysterious one is... Oh. Sister Iris. Good evening. The really mysterious one is this girl. Are you on your way to the bathroom to Mr. Right? I can't let this chance pass me by. I should try to talk with her and maybe get some answers. You're Sister Iris, right? Totally not Dahlia Houghton, you know? My ex-girlfriend. Yes. So, when did you come to Hasakura Temple? I don't remember. Ever since I was a small child, the temple has been my home. So you never left? Didn't she try to Yeah, well, here's the deal. Technically, Phoenix is at fault for the poisoning. Well, technically. So, in the first case of the third game, so the first case of this game, we tried to save Phoenix Wright's ass as a young adult because he gets accused of killing a guy in his college. And the climax of that trial involves Phoenix Wright, idiot at yet not law, eating a bottle which is implied to be glass, but it probably is plastic that was used to contain poison. So in a way, yes, because because technically she probably would have poisoned him eventually. But also no, because he's the one who ate the bottle on purpose to try to protect her, because Phoenix Wright is a fucking idiot, so he just ate a bottle where poison used to be. The bottle might or might not be glass. I don't think it is, but it could have been. He mentions that he had to cut it in little pieces to be able to chew it. Phoenix Wright ate glass. How is he alive? We still don't know. So he was so damn bad he poisoned himself. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's the case with every single character that gets involved with Dahlia. Like this guy, Terry in the last case. Dahlia just has a well-known mountain of bodies behind her, including that guy, her sister, a lot of people. Phoenix almost, I guess. Her ex-boyfriend before she dated Phoenix, which is the guy that she tried to get Phoenix to take the blame for. There's a lot of people. So you've never left? Well, I don't have any family left to take care of me. Sister Bikini, I come to think of her as my real mother, as it were. Ah, I see. But didn't you go to college? And maybe enroll in the Ivy University Literature Department? No, I've never had an interest in going to a big university like that. My training is all the education I need. I see. But once in a while, when I get the chance, I make a trip to the nearby town. I can use a computer and a cell phone too. That's not exactly something worth bragging about. Phoenix, you're bad with computers, shut up. I don't see any psych logs. So I guess that means she's not lying. Please don't stare at me like that. What kind of place is this anyway? I hear it's for training to increase your spiritual power or something like that. It must seem awfully crazy to normal people like you. Well, I have to admit it is a whole different world up here. I'm glad to hear you say that. Huh? Talking with dead people. Who does it help anyway? I hate it. Really? So then why stay in a place like this? Ah. Is something wrong? I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go and ring the bell for lights out. I guess it's almost 10 now, huh? Mr. Wright? Yes? If it's alright with you, I would like you to have this. But this is your hood. It has the power to protect you from evil spirits. Come to think of it, Sister Bikini was wearing one of these too. I pray for your safety on this dark cold night. I'm sorry, but I must bid you good night. Wait a minute, Sister Iris. Yes? Just now, you called me by my name. You said Mr. Right. How do you know my name? I never introduced myself to you. That's... Sister Iris, please tell me the truth. You and I... Have we ever met before? And this is the first instance of a 5 lock. Iris? Oh, it's almost 10. Perhaps we can speak again tomorrow. Well then. And nothing bad is gonna happen. So my hunch was correct. She does know me. I'll have to try to talk with her again tomorrow. If nothing crazy or murderous happens in the middle of the night, well, you know, we wait for tomorrow to come. Hopefully. But that would be silly. What the? That blood-curdling scream came from the courtyard. February 7, 11:06 p.m. Hazakura Temple, courtyard. That scream, I'm sure it came from around here. Ah! Someone's there, on the ground. Yep, there it is. Miss Young's name! Squish. I just stepped on something soft. Hey, don't step on my tummy like that! What are you doing lying there in the snow? I was passed out, what do you think? So that blood-curdling scream was you? Forget about that, hurry up and call the police! Is there even a phone in the main hall? No, but we can still get reception up here in the mountains. You must have a cell phone on you, right? I didn't bring it with me. Oh, you're useless! I mean, even Iris has a cell phone. We got no choice. You'll have to use the public phone by Dusty Bridge. Hurry, 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 run as fast as you can! Yes, Mom! If you don't hurry, Iris will. What? Iris will what? Damn it, woman. February 7, 11:18 p.m. Dusky Bridge. It's farther than I thought. The bridge is just up ahead. I have to go tell Maya what happened to... Dusky Bridge is burning down! What the heck happened? What are you doing here? What is it? Is it me? Don't scare me like that, Larry. I almost had a heart attack. My name isn't Larry, it's Loris. Larry, hurry up and call the police. I'm going to the inner temple. Don't be stupid. The bridge is nothing but a burning wreck right now. Listen to me. There's been a murder here and Hazakura Temple. What? The murderer might have fled across the bridge. I have to make sure Maya is safe. Please call the police. I've got to go. Get out of my way, Larry. It's too dangerous. Nick, wait. Must have been crazy. I knew how dangerous it was, but I still went for it. Nick! And that's why we're in the hospital in case 4. Weakened even more by the fire, the rickety old bridge's plank snapped and gave way. And as I was swallowed by the eternal darkness that surrounded me, a final terrified scream rose up to pierce the frozen air of that harrowing night. But it's okay, he's gonna be in the hospital. I just love that this is a place where supposedly it's difficult to find the bodies when people fall from it, and then Phoenix is like, yeah, I survived, bitch. He just built different. Date, question mark, time, question mark, location, question mark. Who could that be at this time of night? Yes, Edgeworth speaking. Eddie, get up! It's an emergency! Huh? Larry? Do you know what time it is? It's not Larry, it's Loris! Loris the name! What the fuck, my dude? This is nothing more than a terrible nightmare. I'll just roll over and... Wait, don't hang up, it's an emergency! It's Nick! He took a really nasty spill! Well, it wouldn't be the first time, so... I'm not joking, his life is in danger! What? What happened? Tell me! Talk about a guy with bad luck, he may already be dead! Anyway, you got to come back, you're the only one that can help! My Iris, my beautiful Iris, she needs help! Alright, I don't know what's going on, but I'll be there as soon as I can. I'm at the detention center, please, hurry! It's been 1 year since I left that country. I've been in Europe the entire time, not answering Phoenix's calls, because I'm kind of a bitch like that about our relationship. I thought I wouldn't have to see him again for a while. I'm still just dealing with my fifis, what can I say? Sounds like it won't be a pretty reunion, as if I expected anything to change. What the situationship? Oh god! It is a situationship, like, it's hilarious, like... So in the first game, for context, in the first game, Edward Phoenix literally tells you that the reason why he became that he becomes a defense attorney is because of Edward. Like, Edward is the reason why he's a defense attorney. Like, Edward is 100% the reason why he studied law. And Edward is like, I thought that I was never gonna see you again, whatever. And then he gets the unnecessary feelings slide, where like Edward is like, thanks to you, I'm now saddled with unnecessary feelings. Which is like the gayest thing that has ever happened. And then by the end of the first game, Edward kind of gets too emotionally conflicted about his position as a prosecutor and the things he has done and his relationship with Phoenix to a point that he disappears, and that enters the plot of Investigations 1, where he's the protagonist. And to, you know, send off to Phoenix like an asshole, he writes a note that finishes with Prosecutor Miles Edward chooses death. So the implication you get for a good bunch of the second game is that Edward is dead, like he committed suicide. And Phoenix knows that that's not true. Most of the people around him that knew Edward know that that's not true. But Phoenix is so salty, he's so upset at Edward for pulling that bullshit that he acts like Edward is dead. And then Edward comes back because he's needed for a case. And relationship conflict happens. Like, Edward and Phoenix have a hilarious situationship. Now that I think, it really is a situationship, and like, Edward goes to Europe and doesn't talk to Phoenix for a while. Like, Edward was in Europe when Phoenix lost his badge. He doesn't appear in Apollo Justice at all, but I'm pretty sure that the situation there, that like the implication there, is more or less that Edward basically like tried to get back and help Phoenix, and Phoenix just rejected his help. And that's what we get to the plot of Apollo Justice as it is. Because Edward is completely fine with Phoenix once he gets his badge back by the 5th game. So yeah, it's they're stupid. They're all stupid. These men are really dumb, and Japanifornia has to make gay marriage legal so they can marry and stop being stupid, I think. I knew they were a classic among Fuyoshis, but I didn't know they be this yaoi build. It's incredibly yaoi peeled, especially considering the artist for the character designs for Phoenix Wright is in fact an author of BLs. She has actually made BLs. She is in fact the Fuyoshi inside the house. So yeah, it is pretty yaoi peeled. It doesn't help that the series in general is pretty yaoi peeled. Like, there's a lot of dialogue that is very suggestive between men. Apollo Justice has Clavier Gavin, Rockstar Extraordinaire and Prosecutor. literally meet Apollo Justice protagonist in law. And his first words when he meets Apollo are literally, "I have never felt this way before about a man." Xavier Gavin has a love at first sight with fucking Apollo Justice. This is not me exaggerating, this is actually canon. February 8th, 2:19 p.m. Detention Center, visitors room. "You're late, AG. What took you so long?" "I don't want to hear it. I chartered a private jet to come as quickly as I could." "Well, you should have chartered a faster one." "Anyway, just listen. Something happened to my Elise and Nick and Maya and Iris's bikini." "Say something, Edgy." "Before I came here, I stopped by the hospital and paid Wright a visit. I believe I have a better understanding of the situation than you at this point." The murder victim was the picture book author, Miss Elise Dog's name. She was found by Wright and the head nun. The suspect is the temple's younger nun. Then later, while Wright was crossing the bridge, it broke and he fell into the river. The hospital says that he'll need at least 2 days of bed rest. "Yes, that's right. You got it." "They arrested her, my sweet little Iris." This game is not fucking real. It is real. That's the best part. And here I was convinced he was the one the police had arrested. However, I still don't understand what these two items are for. What are you talking about? "There are things Wright came to me when I was leaving the room." This is the first. He said some nonsense about being able to see into people's hearts with this. And the other... He couldn't possibly be asking what I think he is, could he? Yeah, another famous gay Wrightworth moment. Phoenix Wright in the hospital literally gives Edward his attorney's badge so Edward can attorney for him while he's not available to do his lawyering. "I'm begging you, Iris's trial starts tomorrow. When Nick out of the picture, you're all I got left. You're the only one that can represent her." What did you just say? "You know, represent, defend, what were you expecting? What do you think I call you anyway?" "I'm a prosecutor, Larry. A prosecutor. It's not like we read the same book." Actually, technically we do. "Do you understand what I'm saying? A prosecutor is a lawyer. Don't talk to me like I'm a kid. I graduated from junior high, you know? Don't worry about it. I promise I won't tell." "But I mean, I had a paper batch. I had no problem filling an entire core before." "Oh, Furio Tigre, you motherfucker. How could this country's judicial system have fallen into such decay?" "Please, Edgy, at least listen to her. Listen to Iris' side of the story." "That cannot be real. You mean the paper batch?" "No, that's literally the third case. The third case. Third case is literally phony defense attorney / fake Phoenix Wright, Furio Tigre, getting to be Phoenix Wright for a day by using a fake badge that is made of cardboard. Larry's Felge energy bends the rules of reality. There's also that. So Wright wasn't joking when he gave me this badge after all. "Thank you for coming. My name is Iris." "Edward? Miles Edward? I don't know if I can be of any help, but I will at least hear what you have to say about the murder." Mr. Wright, how is he? Mr. Lorry said that he might even die." "Is he him defending in Phoenix's place?" "Yeah, no, that happened. Like, that's literally what happened. Phoenix is not available. This is Edward's work. Edward is the first defense attorney for this case. Quote-unquote defense attorney. Fortunately, he will be fine." "Larry, you moron, how could you say something like that?" "He was badly bruised when he hit the water, but otherwise he is unharmed, which makes no sense because this river has killed people." "Thank goodness. But he's got some kind of nasty cold. A cold? He's running a high fever and he's drifting in and out of consciousness. I must be imagining things. This woman, I feel like I met her before. Pardon me, Iris, I would like to ask you something, if you don't mind. I have a distinct feeling you and I have met before. It must be your imagination, Mr. Edward. After all, I hardly ever leave Hasakura Temple. Hasakura Temple? What's that? It's a place where those who wish to boost their spiritual power come to train. You need to undergo some very difficult training to release your inner spiritual power. Spiritual power? Did you go to that temple for that reason as well? No, I don't have any spiritual powers. I don't need them. In that case, what are you doing at that temple then? I've committed some sins. Sins that I need to repay for. That's why I'm there, and why I continue to train. To purify my soul. I want to ask you about last night, the name of the crime. Alright. I helped to clean up after dinner, and then went back to my room at about 8. Later, I left my room to ring the lights out bell at 10. Bell? We ring it at the same time each night. I see. And then? I was told to go to the training hall, but I went back to my room and stayed there. Why didn't you go to the training hall like you were asked to? I was frightened. Frightened? So I just stayed in my room and meditated until the murder happened. There's more to her story, I just know there is. Maybe I should dig a little deeper. You were asked to go to the training hall on the night of the murder. Yes. However, you didn't go. Because you said you were frightened. What exactly were you so frightened of? What in the world? Is there something wrong? I'm sorry, it's nothing. It looks like she's not aware of them herself. That must be what Wright was talking about. The Psycholox! Edward, that's not how it's pronounced. I believe he said that I need to present this Magatama item to do something. So, do you have any idea as to what really occurred last night? I think it was the result of the tremendous spiritual power that was unleashed. Spiritual power? Yes, spiritual training has been a cause behind many great tragedies. This incident was just another example. Iris, I'm sorry, but I can't accept that. I'm a man of science. I don't believe in spiritual power. It doesn't matter that I just saw weird logs appear behind you and the world just turned reverse colors as those logs appear. Like, that makes... There is a scientific explanation for that. I don't know which one it is, but there is one. Spiritual power does not exist. Yes, I understand. Most people don't. I am certain that the thing that killed the victim was a human. So please answer me this simple question. Were you the one who killed Elise Duxnim? No. No looks? I'm not the one who took her life. No looks, so she's not lying. Those psychologue things aren't appearing. I suppose that means I can believe that she's not lying. What's wrong? I can't believe what I'm thinking. And here I just finished saying that I don't believe in spiritual power. It appears that's about all that you can tell me for now. Anyway, we're gonna deal with those looks later. Thank you very much for listening to my story. I visited Wright at the hospital before coming here. He asked me to take care of you. Me? Yes, at the trial tomorrow. He asked me to defend you, which is kind of weird because you're definitely his ex-girlfriend and I'm his current boyfriend. Well, I guess it's a situationship. It's weird, but I'm doing him a favor because I care about him and you seem perfectly fine, except probably the murders you committed. If Mr. Wright has that much faith in you, Mr. Edward, then I will gladly entrust my fate to your capable hands. But before that, I have one question. Yes? Do you know Wright? Why would you ask that? Whenever you came on in a conversation, he would begin to act a little strange. Mr. Edward? What is Mr. Wright to you? Bye, friends. He's a very dear and indispensable friend. Boyfriend, if you will. It was 5 years ago. That's when I deceived him. You deceived him? I heard that he was in a lot of pain afterwards because of what happened. I know what a weak person I am. That's why I thought it was best if he never saw me again. I wanted him to just forget about me without learning the truth. Well, if you ask me, Wright is still suffering. And until he learns the truth, I don't think he will ever be able to truly recover. Iris, it's not too late. You can actually break up like normal people. You should go to him, tell him the truth. I'll defend you, but only if you agree to that one condition. Alright, Mr. Edward. I promise. Very well. I'll do everything in my power to get you an acquittal. Until, you know, Phoenix is back. He'll take the case after he's better. That's enough information gathering for now. I should head to the crime scene, the scene of the crime, if you will. That's not very safe. February 8th, Dusky Bridge. It sure is cool, alright? So this is it. Dusky Bridge. Oh, whoa! It's you, Mr. Edward! Detective Gumshoe! Long time no see. It's been about a year, or has it been longer? If I ever play this game, I need to have a dictionary with me because I suck at knowing words. Most of the language in Ace Attorney is not very difficult, and most of the language that is very specific, like crime-related language, it's usually, like, the game is very fair about telling you if it's something specific. But it's not very complex language-wise, I think. If anything, the real kicker about Ace Attorney is the names. There's a bunch of names, the majority of them, that are puns that I didn't realize they were puns until I started to replay the games, because acquittal, I don't know whether it is actually. Acquittal is when you get a not guilty verdict. Like, acquittal is literally you didn't commit anything. Like, you didn't commit any crimes. Like, they tell you what an acquittal is earlier, for the record. Like, the game is, I repeat, the game is pretty fair about, like, explaining language for things that are maybe not super clear, but it starts in the first game. Like, this is the third game, but the third game you kind of know what acquittal is. But acquittal is basically you get clear all of the charges for the crimes that you were accused of. Like, it's a not guilty verdict, basically. It doesn't matter, detective. What does matter is why you're shuffling around up here. Oh, ouch! And there's that sharp left jab! Well, I'm happy to see you anyway, Mr. Edward. Let me guess, you were transferred by HR to the locker precinct. A wise decision. The vast amount of nothing up here should be quite easy to guard. I heard you were back in the country and arranged to come all the way up here. Everybody was real nice. They even let me take charge of the investigation, sir. Gumshoe indeed. Like gum on your shoe. He's impossible to get rid of. But yeah, no, I think the first time the word acquittal is used, like consistently in the series is in the second game on the last case. Because the point of the last case of the second game is that your client is actually guilty and you're being forced to get him an acquittal. So the word acquittal is used a lot in that case, but in general it's easy to figure out because the game, again, very fair about telling you stuff for the most part. And other stuff is just context. Like, context gives you basically everything for other stuff that might not be as clear or explained directly by the game. I'm supposed to report on the details of the crime scene, sir. Anywhere, here I am, Detective Dick Gumshoe, reporting for duty. Great. Thank you, Detective. I thought Prosecutor Goddard was gonna get here before me. The guy's a real mystery, I'll tell you. Prosecutor Goddard. I just got back into the country, so I don't really know much about the case. It's simple. Well, simple is as simple does, as they say. Oh, you got no idea how much I miss that biting sarcasm of yours, sir. But seriously, this one's a piece of cake. There's a witness that saw the whole thing. A witness? Yeah, that bikini lady. Bikini lady? Here on this freezing cold mountain? Well, you should talk to her yourself if you want the details, sir. I may have to talk to this bikini lady. I mean, the CC witness myself. So this is the bridge that Wright fell through. How the fuck did he survive that? Yep, I can't imagine being that reckless myself. Look before you cross is how it goes, right? Or was that leap? And is there something on the other side? Yeah, a small building they call the Inner Temple. But we can't get over there without a bridge, sir. What? Nobody lives there, so it's usually not a problem. But someone was at the Inner Temple doing some training and now they're stuck there. Yes, I heard that from Wright, it's my FA. Oh no, hair again? Anyway, the air's really turbulent right now, so we can't do an aerial extraction. No one's gonna be able to reach the Inner Temple until tomorrow, sir. Will she be alright in this cold? So how did this bridge burn down anyway? We're almost 100% sure it was lightning. Lightning? So who is this Prosecutor Goddard? I've never heard of him. Yeah, he's a new guy. Showed up after you left the country. He's a complete rookie, but nobody can say a bad word about the guy. What kind of man is he? He just became a prosecutor recently, but he's good, sir. Real good. If he's so good, how is it that I've never heard of him? Is he the lead prosecutor on this case? You bet he is. After all, you know who is right in the middle of it. You know who? Phoenix Wright, of course. For some reason, Goddard has really got it in for Mr. Wright. Oh. He's not gonna steal my boyfriend. Yeah, he seems to have some kind of grudge. And what would be the cause of this grudge? I don't know. Maybe he made fun of his mask or something. None of this is making any sense. I'd better look into this Goddard myself. You're telling me the bridge caught on fire due to a fluke ball of lightning? Yep, last night it snowed for the first time in 3 days. It's a little unusual for lightning to occur during a snowfall like that. But according to the weather data, lightning definitely struck. Well, shit. No arson today. I see. This is a very detailed weather report. Almost too detailed. It even has the exact time that the lightning struck the bridge. Oh, that. We got that information from the witness's testimony. Someone actually saw the lightning hit the bridge. Who is this witness? Sorry, I'll go ask one of the local cops later, sir. Well. February 8, Hazakura Temple, main gate. Yeah, Auntie, what took you so long? I'm so cold, my brain's turning to sherbet. I knew it was a mistake to race back to this country. What do you mean? Right is going to be fine, and the case itself isn't anything unusual. And I find myself taking a request to defend a woman accused of murder. Hey, wait a sec. Hold it, objection! What's going on here, Mr. Edward? It's hard to explain, but one thing led to another, and my boyfriend gave me his defense attorney badge, and now I'm supposed to defend the accused. What kind of lame excuse is that? And you call yourself a defense attorney? Prosecutor Edward is a prosecutor, and that's why he's Prosecutor Edward. Prosecutor Edward, defense attorney, just sounds plain old weird. Right, Prosecutor Edward? I'm not sure what role I'm supposed to be playing anymore. Dude, AG, I don't see why you for a couple of years. And your heart turns to sherbet. That said more like sorbet. It is rather cold here. Iris didn't murder her, someone else did it. I just know it, okay? Just trust me on this one. Larry, I wouldn't trust you with anything if my life depended on it. Ever the romantic, aren't you, Larry? Nevertheless, I'll do whatever I can to prove her innocence, but only because Phoenix asked me and he's my boyfriend. At least until I pass the baton on to Rai, that is. Man, I'm telling you, Iris is so cute. Right, Edgy? You think so too, don't you? Larry, how many times I have to tell you that I'm gay? Feminine wiles do nothing to me. Nothing. I have never been affected by the feminine wiles. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? To put it simply, your comment has me highly concerned. Could it be that the reason you think she's innocent? Come on, I guess that could possibly be a murderer. I was right after all. I should never have come back. No, don't worry. I see things for how they really are this time. Honest. Larry, no. For the record, there's an achievement for the original trilogy on Steam that is called I hate childhood friends. That you get it presenting your attorney's badge to one of the things that you have to do is presenting the attorney's badge that you get from Phoenix to Larry. Just saying. If I had a penny for every time he said that. It's just that, well, Iris is a delicate flower. You can't force things too much, know what I mean? Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about, Larry. Oh, forget it. I didn't say anything. Larry, where were you and what were you doing on the night of the crime? Larry? What? Don't tell me. You think that I have done it? What? Lost, go back on your chartered jet and get out of my sight, you creep. And I hope your plane crashes and you die. I'll ask you one more time. On the night of the murder, where were you and what were you doing? Larry. As I suspected, psychologues. That's not what they're called. I'm sorry, man. You know me. I just don't remember. Of course you don't. My short-term memory is a wreck, dude. Fucking damn it, Larry. February 8, Hasakura Temple, main hall. Hey, hello there. So how are you feeling? Alright, I suppose. Huh? Who is this? My name is Mouse Edward. My, a handsome boy such as yourself is always welcome. If circumstances were so tragic, I might just... Please don't call me boy. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I'm looking for a woman in a bikini. Well, you have found her. Now, what can I do for you? I'm sorry, but I don't see any bikinis. If you ask nicely, I might give you a peek, big boy. Mr. Edward, This is the head nun, Sister Bikini. She's the witness. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? This is exactly why your salary keeps on getting cut. Yeah, my stomach is already rolling in protest. So, what's the latest about my beloved Iris? Well, first, I want to hear what you know. Wait. This wasn't here the last time. There are more ends accretions in the corner of the bedroom. What's it? What's that white piece of paper sticking out from under the stack? Beats me. Would you mind checking that for me, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir! Here you are, Mr. Edward. It looks like an old manila envelope. What is it, Detective? This could be it. An ultra-important clue. A super special clue. I suppose I should read it myself, then. It looks like a letter addressed to Sister Iris. Tonight at 10 at Heavenly Hall. Unless you want your secret to be exposed. This sounds like a blackmail letter. Well, well. Nice going there, Mr. Edward. Why can't I ever find clues like that? You're an ultra-important prosecutor. A super-duper prosecutor. Well, I suppose it takes a super-duper kind of dumb to miss a clue like this. Damn. Now we can talk to her. First, I'd like to ask you about last night. Well, last night, we had an acolyte here for training. After Dean and the two of us went to the training hall in the inner temple. She must be talking about Maya. Approximately what time was that? Suppose it was about 9 when we left here. Training lasts all night long. It's extremely exhausting. The channeling dojo said none must be in attendance at all times to keep watch. Whoa, you're right. That does sound exhausting. Detective, this is no time for flattery. Sorry. Sometime around 11, you witnessed the incident in the courtyard. But your duty was in the inner temple. Why did you come back? The way you're staring at me, I'm starting to get goosebumps. I'm starting to get goosebumps myself for a decidedly different reason. Oh, you get the chills pretty easy, don't you, Mr. Edward? Alright then, I'd like you to tell me exactly what you saw in the courtyard. It must have been past 11. Ah, no, I can't say it. It's too much for my poor heart. Hey, calm down, lady. Let go of my tie. I saw two people. One of them was laying on the ground. The other was stabbing her from the back with a sword. Did you see this criminal with your own eyes? I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but it was Iris. If you say so. You must have been quite shocked. Of course she was. Try putting yourself in her shoes. It'd be like if you were stabbing Mr. Right smack in the middle of a go room, and I happened to witness it from the witness stand. I'd be pretty shocked too. Gumshoe, is that like a sexual fantasy for you or something? I know it sounds insane, but that's what I saw. And when I finally realized what I was seeing, I screamed, and then I passed out. Unfortunately for us, her testimony seems to be pretty solid. However, the idea of Iris doing such a foul act seems unnatural. Unnatural? The Caroline knows simply isn't capable of this sort of foulness. I wonder what she means by that. As a head nun, it's your duty to stay with the acolyte at all times, correct? Yes, that's correct. I know I may look strong, but the truth is, I got a bad lower back. A bad lower back? Yes, it's especially bad in the winter. So bad that I can't even lift a bucket. Do you remember how cold it was last night? My bad back felt as stiff as frozen glass. I just wanted to take a nice hot bath to ease my aching back. That's why I returned to the main hall. So you left the disciple all alone. That'd be ridiculous. I would never do that. That's why I ordered Iris to the inner temple after she had rung the bell for lights out. Yes, but she never went to the inner temple, did she? So did his head nun actually see Iris there? I think I better try to get some more details. So who is this acolyte that was to train at the inner temple? Her name is Maya Fey. I treated her very badly, I'm ashamed to say. And after she went through the trouble of signing up for the special course. Special course? It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit eyes and chant 30,000 times. You don't mean to tell me she's still doing that over at the inner temple, do you? No, of course not. You don't have to worry about that one little bit. Last night we still hadn't started the training session itself. Well, that's good to hear. Oh dear. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. Uh-oh, I don't like the sound of this. Do you know that small girl? I believe she's Mystic Maya's little sister. Maya has a little sister? Oh, you mean Little Pearl? That's Maya's face cousin. Little Pearl. I thought she was going to visit Mystic Elise after we'd finished with dinner cleanup. But I haven't seen her at all since last night. She's nowhere to be found. You mean she was with the victim? It's all the fault of my stupid creaky old back. The little girl who was with the victim on the night of the murder is gone. As they say, the plot thickens. I love murder scenes. It's so full of blood. And bad jujus. February 8th, Hazagura Temple, courtyard. And this is where the murder took place, sir. Other than removing the body, we left everything else untouched. Thanks, detective. I'll just have a look around. It looks like the police are still investigating. Oh yeah, by the way, I thought I'd better ask just to be sure. Are you really gonna defend that nun, Iris, at the trial tomorrow? Yes, I will. I gave her my word, and now I must follow through with my commitment. And I promised to my boyfriend, who is Phoenix Wright. Well, in that case, I gotta be careful. Gotta make sure I don't leak the prosecution's whole investigation. Don't worry about it, detective. Just keep your mouth closed and I think most of it will flow out on its own. You got it, sir! I'll make sure it flows out like water from a tap! Yes, you do that, detective. Just how much has your runny spout leaked over the years? What's this? It looks like a wizard staff. That belonged to the victim, Miss Elise Duxlim. There's nothing strange or magical about it. Oh, yeah, listen. This is just between us, okay, sir? Yes, what? This is top secret stuff. Don't tell anyone about this. Alright. The truth is, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a wizard. His honest reaction to that. That's it? That's what you wanted to tell me? That's it! This stuff was made from a very strong kind of wood. What about fingerprints? Were there any on it? Just the victims. So the sword from this gold statue is actually the murder weapon. It sure is. It's called a Shichishito, by the way. Nasty piece of work, sir. There's still blood on it. I suppose this is the victim's blood. Yup, it's all over the blade. And speaking of all over the blade, there are fingerprints all over the hilt of the Shichishito too. Fingerprints. Naturally, they match the prints we got from the younger nun, the defendant. Her fingerprints are on the murder weapon? What's wrong? You're looking really solemn. Is this how it is for Wright? Is this what it's like to be a defense attorney? Just getting a bunch of stuff that just proves your client is guilty and trying to figure out what the fuck to do with it to actually get to something that looks like the truth? Yeah, I figure it doesn't feel really good. To be honest, it feels more like it's detrimental to your health. No wonder he's aging like that. It's a lantern. I suppose I light it at night. There's something elegant about the light of a fire. At the end of each month, I always like to relax in my room by candlelight. Detective, can you not afford to pay your electricity bill? How do you know? The main gate must be just over that stone wall. Ah, stone walls. I jumped over a few of those in my time. Most of them are good memories, but not all. Detective, perhaps someone should introduce you to the concept of paucity of words. Ah, I just love skiing. Really? You don't, seem like the type. Well, what about sleds? Sleds? Nah, they're a little too kiddie, you know? Messes with my hard-boiled image. What's with the silence, Mr. Edward? Is the world starting to go mad? That seems to be... yes. We got everything of importance. The victim is the famous picture book author, Miss Alice Duxnim. Her entire past up until she won that writing award last year is a total mystery. It's hard to believe in this day and age you can still find people like that. The estimated time of death of the victim was between 10 and 11 p.m. on February 7th. Cause of death was blood loss resulting from a stab to the back by the murder weapon. The murder weapon. The victim was found skewered by a giant saucer. That's terrible. Yeah, but there's one strange thing. Yes? The victim's entire body was covered with bruises. The bruises are consistent when falling from the height of a two-story building. A two-story building? That would be about the same height as that room in front of us, correct? Hey, you're right! Way to go, Mr. Edward! That just happened to be the room that Elise Disney was staying in. Maybe she was pushed out of the window after she was stabbed by the sword. Now then, detective. Let's see if we can summarize what we've learned so far. Okay, let's take a look at the map. According to the testimony of Sister Rikini, the head nun, right after they finished dinner, she and Maya Fey headed to the inner temple. Whee! At 10 p.m., after ringing the bell for lights out, Iris went to the inner temple. Whee! When she got there, Bikini had her take over while she went back to Hasakura Temple. After taking a hot bath to soothe her back, Sister Bikini witnessed the murder in the courtyard. If you want more details, you should ask Bikini herself in the main hall. The inner temple, huh? I'd like some more information about that place. The trial begins tomorrow, but who's the prosecutor? I'm pretty sure he's that Godot guy, but nobody can get a hold of him, so they're looking for a replacement. What do you mean? It's really weird. All of a sudden, no one can reach him. I wonder if the rumors are true. Maybe since Mr. Wright got a call and when we defended, he just lost interest. I intend to appear in court in the role of defense attorney. However, I would be quite unhappy if it came out that I'm actually a prosecutor. Yeah, I can see why. But I'm not the one you have to worry about. I think the real problem is gonna be that judge. Yes, he certainly will remember my face even after such a long absence. That's why I requested that another judge preside over the trial tomorrow. We've only met each other once. There's a good chance he won't remember me at all. He's the judge's Canadian brother. He's what? The judge's Canadian brother. The judge has a brother? Yeah, and he's Canadian. Damn. Yeah, but what about the prosecutor? I mean, the prosecutor is the least of our problems. Everyone in the prosecutor's office must know you. Wouldn't it be a problem if someone there made a big stink, sir? There's no need to worry. I pulled a few strings and arranged for a prosecutor of my own choosing. Whoa, Mr. Edward, I had no idea you had such a powerful string to pull. I'm Miles Edward. Dude, what is this inner temple that Maya was supposedly training at? According to Bikini, it's an old building that they use for training the acolytes. It's on the other side of Dusky Bridge. The bridge that burned down, huh? Is there anything else on the other side of that bridge besides the inner temple? Nope, not a thing. Nothing. The other side is surrounded by cliffs on all sides. In a way, it's kinda like a little island out there. So the only thing there is the inner temple. I hear it's not the kind of place a person could survive in. Please be alright, Maya. Otherwise, Phoenix is gonna like be very salty with me. Okay, I think we have enough to actually do Iris's Magatama. We're at time technically, but I think that we have enough stuff to do Iris's Magatama. So, like the Cyclops that she has. So, February 8th, Hazagre Temple, main gate. I don't see Larry anywhere. Maybe maybe we scared the poor kid away. His heart was shut tight with a number of psychologs. I guess I'll have to look for him now. What a thorn in my side. Move to the detention center. February 8th, detention center. Visitors room. Ah, Mr. Edward. I came back because I need to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind. But I've already told you everything that Iris, please remember, I'm on your side. You can tell me anything. Yes, thank you. Okay, yeah, I think we should be able to. So we're gonna finish by doing this set of looks. It's not very often that you hear the take that from Edward. Since I have been handling this case, it is my duty to dig up all the answers. Understand? Yes, sir. The smallest flame can sometimes bathe a case in a whole new light. In my years in court, I've seen it happen over and over again, and it's usually Phoenix's fault. That's why I'm committed to searching until I have those answers. Now then, is it really true that you didn't go to the inner temple last night? Yes, I swear. I already told you that. Yes, you said you didn't go because you were frightened. That's right. If that's the case, then the obvious question is, what were you so afraid of? Iris, I wonder, is this what frightened you so much that you couldn't even leave your own room? And note to Iris. I found this in the main hall. It is addressed to you. Ah, that's... Well, Iris? Why? Why are you glaring at me like that? You were scared of the blackmailer who wrote this to you, isn't that correct? Ah! Was it the evidence or the power of my glare that broke that lock? Could be both. Ah, well, I don't suppose it matters either way. But Mr. Edward... Yes? I thought that letter was just someone playing a prank on me. A prank? Well, yes. After all, even if I did have a secret, there's no one to tell it to that would cause me any grief. Come on, girl. I wonder about that. Sister Bikini is like a mother to me. I would never hide anything from her. No, you may not have anything to hide under normal circumstances. However, last night was different. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact nature of your secret yet. However, whatever it is, there's one person you didn't want your secret told to. And that is... I love this. Fell from Dusky Bridge and is currently hospitalized. Nothing else to say about your childhood friend, Edward. Okay. Phoenix Wright. Ah, you mean something to Wright, it seems. And I can tell he holds a special place in your heart as well. But look, bitch. He's hating me now. That's why you didn't want him of all people to know your deep dark secret. Well, what do you have to say? I should have expected as much, especially from a friend of his. After dinner, this letter was waiting for me in my room. As I said, I was frightened by it. What is this heavenly hole the letter mentions? It's a small mountain shack at the base of Dusky Bridge. A small shack, huh? It's more like a broken down shack that no one would ever want to go near. Where is it on this map? It's around there. To get there, you must follow a small path down from Dusky Bridge. The reality is, to get to the inner temple, I had no choice but to cross that bridge. With the thought that such a terrible criminal could be lurking at Heavenly Hall, I was so scared by the whole affair that I didn't even want to think about it. So this is the secret that you locked away in your heart? Yes. This looks as though I may have to visit this Heavenly Hall now. Maybe I'll find some sign of our mystery blackmailer. In any case, you still claim to have never left your room last night. Yes, that's exactly right. Okay then. The trial starts tomorrow. I promise you I will win. I'm going to win so that you and Phoenix Wright can see each other again and figure out your shit. And then you can be the flower. Well, no, Pearl is gonna be the flower girl at the wedding. You can be the maid of honor. But when I do, you must promise me that you will tell him your secret. But it's pointless. Why would you say that? Because I may know who Phoenix Wright is, but he has no idea who I am. I just finished speaking with the head nun of Hasakura Temple. She testified very clearly as to what happened. She said she saw you stab Miss Elise Dixdale with a sword. And one other thing, she said that when Maya Fey began her training at the Inner Temple, you were there as well. What? When I spoke with you last, you claimed that you never went to the Inner Temple. And yet, Sister Bikini says she met with you at the Inner Temple that very night. But I didn't go there. I didn't go to the Inner Temple last night. And we'll figure that out next time, because we're almost 10 minutes over time. This last case is gonna last a bit. Oh boy, oh my back. Oh, I stretched and now I regret the choice of stretching. Oh boy. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. I mentioned this before. This week I just don't work. Next week I start work again. But this week I'm not working, so tomorrow and Thursday I'm not streaming, but Friday, Saturday and Sunday I'm streaming, and then it's gonna be the new I'm an adult with a job schedule of only streaming on Friday night and the weekend in the morning. So we are continuing this on Friday and on Saturday. I think that we're gonna finish on Saturday probably. It's a long case, but I think 4 hours is more than enough to finish the last game. And then if we finish on Saturday, on Friday rather. If we finish on Friday, on Saturday we're starting Sorry We're Closed. The new horror, extremely queer horror, survival horror game that came out not so long ago. Thank you for the good luck. But yeah, that's more or less the plan for the rest of the week. So yeah, I think that's all. Anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good Thursday and a good Wednesday. Actually, there should be the other way around. Good Wednesday and good Thursday. And I'll see you back again on Friday for what is probably going to be the ending of the first Ace Attorney trilogy. We'll do Sorry We're Closed, and then I'm going to start investigations, because otherwise I probably should start a Yakuza game soon, because it's going to be December. I'll see after we finish Sorry We're Closed. It's gonna be hard to finish a Yakuza game in like 2-day streams a week. But we'll see about that. Anyway, have a good rest of your day. Bye everyone!